Oh, I see.
what to do. Like people can't even merge.
I have a video of us trying to navigate.
It's frightening, but I was like actively scared of life, right? We were also on like a little moped scooter. And I was like, and this is where I am terrified. Yeah, having to live in the town. It's scary. Like that is, I don't think it'd be that scary. It's weird. Probably feel like that.
Something else can do Thanks, Cindy.
Good job, Cindy.
You're like a year and a half.
Yes.
See how long ago?
No. And I'm like, I feel like in my office, I'm like, man, I feel like everyone in there is like 20, 22, and I'm like, oh man, you're all babies.
Yeah, you start going through that transition where you used to be the youngest. Now you're like,
now I'm like becoming the oldest person.
now I'm like the second certified.
You like, really like it's changed your life. Like I know I feel old. Like I feel even like when I was in my 30s, I feel like this. And then as a use this, yeah.
No, and they said, well, you gotta take all the lights off, and you gotta cover it up with leaves.
That's fine.
So I was riding it for a while.
You have a little like.
I had the light, yeah, you had the flashing red and green lights, and the police thing, and I didn't, I'm sure I'll do it, you know, again,
Yeah, we.
chief boss at the time, he said, Richard, you need to take all that shit off. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Mine's a gosh, 2004 Specialized. I love my bike. I mean, it's a road bike. She's definitely built for speed. I love riding it. Definitely a lot older, a little bit heavier. Like Brian's bike, I can just like he has almost like a road track. Oh my god, I can just like lift just like two fingers. I mean, it was like $6,000.
Mine's pretty heavy. I gotta lift it up on the hook in the train, and people are like, can we help you? I was like, no, I got it. Yeah. You guys should try the train. It's a pretty chill ride.
Yeah, okay. I might do it, I'll try it. I won't do it tomorrow, but I'll do it on a Friday.
It's gonna be raining.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it, I'm gonna do it Tuesday. Friday would be good. So the city of Toledo, they're all the time policies. Yeah. So if they're all working, they're all working. And Fridays work. Every year, or maybe it's maybe more. If you are like supervisory below, you don't work, so they work 4 days. So Brian's like works with us on Fridays.
He works for the city of South.
So he uses this appropriate. So he, I think his title is community services. Yeah, so he does all of the events. And all the community recreation stuff. Yeah. Yes, it is. They do some really good things. It's funny because he came from a background.
Hi, Liz. Good morning, everybody. We're going to begin the special meeting of the Ross-Town Council election certification for April 25th, 2024, and beginning with the 9 a.m., now 9:15 call to order. Councilmember Robbins will participate via Zoom. Is there anything more that needs to be said or recorded about that?
Yes, Councilmember Robbins, can you please disclose whether there's any other adults in the room with you and anyone over 18?
No to both.
Okay, we'll move on to posting of agenda. Has the agenda been posted? Yes, great. Third item on our agenda is public comment for items, it says on the agenda, not on the agenda. On the agenda. On the agenda. Does anybody have any public comment? Is there anybody online that seems to have a hand raised?
There are no raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, we'll move on to Town Council adoption of resolution number 2406, certifying the results of the presidential primary election held on March 5th, which includes passage of ordinance number 723, amending chapter 3.20 of the Ross Municipal Code to authorize the levy of a special tax to finance public safety services and authorizing an increase in the appropriations limit for the town of Ross, which was submitted to the voters as Measure E, and the town of Ross council member election for 3 council seats. With regard to this, does anybody on the council have any questions or comments? Okay, opening it up for public comment. Is there anybody that wishes to be heard on this item? Bringing it back to council, is there a motion?
I move to adopt resolution number 2406.
Second.
Councilmember McMillan,
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins,
Aye.
Mayor Breckus,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Kircher,
Aye.
and Councilmember Cool is absent. With a vote of 4, the motion passes.
Thank you. The next item is the swearing-in ceremony for Terry Dowling, Bill Kircher, and Matthew Salter as Ross Town Council members. And for this item, we ask that our new council members come up and raise your hand, and our town clerk will swear you in.
Can you all share one? Or maybe we can borrow. Do you want to all go?
Should Bill, are we going to have the new council? All three at once? Yeah.
Are you going to stand down here? Can you share that?
Of course, yeah. Why is it down there?
I'm already here.
You want to go and stand up?
Come on down.
Technical difficulties, okay? We're a small town, all right? Let's do it.
All right. Raise your right hand. And when after I say "I," you can all say your names at the same time.
I,
Matthew
William
Salter.
Kircher,
Do solemnly affirm
Do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the Constitution
and allegiance to the Constitution
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
of
the Constitution and the Constitution of the States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or
purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties about which I'm about to enter. Thank you.
And I have one of each of these for you to sign. You can take it with you. Okay. Great. Congratulations.
And with that, I think I'm done. Yes, yes.
All right. I'm going to take over. The swearing in of new council members officially ends the term of the outgoing council members, and so I'm taking over as the continuing vice mayor of Ross. And I will note that to serve on the council, you need many skills. I did not realize until today that stage management was one of those. So we'll do our best. So item number 1 on the agenda, or the continuing agenda, I'm sorry, it's not number 1. What are we up to? I apologize, see? It takes a while. Bear with me. Okay. Appointment of the mayor. So it's been the tradition of the council that the person who last serves as vice mayor will become mayor, but this is a decision for the council. And so I will ask whether there is any discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion to appoint Bill Kircher as mayor.
And is there a second? Thank you.
I will second.
Councilmember McMillan,
Aye.
Councilmember Dowling,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Kircher,
Aye.
Councilmember Salter,
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins.
Aye.
All right, with a vote of 4, motion passes.
All right, thank you. So
Excuse me,
what-
that was a vote of 5. Thank you.
One of my first duties and responsibilities, and it is a pleasant one, is to thank, as the incoming mayor, the outgoing mayor, Elizabeth Breckus, who has completed her 3rd term as the mayor of Ross. One of the duties of the mayor and the vice mayor are to meet weekly with the town manager to set the agenda for upcoming meetings. And when I became the vice mayor, I was told that, since I had not been vice mayor or mayor before, that this was sort of a mayor in training thing. You know, you needed to pay attention. And I thought, wait, I've been on the council for 3 years. I mean, what do I have left to learn? Well, a lot, actually. But the good news is that I had a great teacher, Elizabeth, had already been mayor twice, had been the chair of the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members, and done many other things, and was very good at this. She would come to our meetings very casually, walk in like, well, what are we talking about today? Look at the agenda as if it were the first time, and it probably was, but I don't know for sure. And then like a laser, just focus in on things. Why is this number 4? This should be number 5. I don't agree with the way that's worded. That's too broad or too narrow. Are we really ready to discuss this? There's a lot that actually goes into setting the agenda, because we need to give notice to the public about what we're going to talk about. So it's got to be general enough that the public knows that we're going to be talking about something that may affect them. But it's got to be specific so the council can act. We need to know what is it that we are being called upon to do. And so there is a fair amount that goes into that. And of course, the town manager is an essential participant here too. So anyway, I learned from a good teacher. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you for leading us in this past year. We had some difficult issues, complex issues with many moving parts. We were, among many other things that came before the council, able finally to approve at the council level our very complicated housing element, and we're pending, hopefully very soon, the final certification by the state. We dealt with the very complicated issue of managing our relationships with other entities in the Ross Valley Fire Department and the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority. We are on the cusp of closing our firehouse. That's coming up in 2025, but we want to make sure that we will have adequate emergency medical services. Complex issue. And addressed I thought, very well. Elizabeth runs a good meeting, again, in a somewhat casual way, but she runs the meeting, and we get through the agenda in a very efficient manner, I think. And so there are other milestones. We did approve site plans for our replacement of our town facilities. We're ready to move ahead pending making sure that we have adequate medical services, emergency medical services. All those things and many others happened in Elizabeth's term. So Elizabeth, on behalf of the council, thank you very much. And we have, surprise, surprise, a gift for you. I mentioned to Elizabeth before the before the meeting, I hope you brought a bin for all the what we call swag you're about to get, because there's more coming. Okay, so, well, thank you very much. So the next item on our agenda would be the selection of the vice mayor to serve during the coming year. All of the councils, I believe this is true of all the councils, rotate. So council members are mayor for a year and vice mayor for a year. And Ross has its own sort of tradition. And under that tradition, well, the next, well, I'll wait for a motion, but I think the motion will be to appoint the person who is the next in order on the rotation, but these are all items for council discussion if anybody would like to discuss them. Otherwise, we'll have a motion and vote.
I nominate Julie McMillan to be vice mayor.
All right, second?
I second.
Councilmember McMillan? Councilmember Dowling?
Aye.
Mayor Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Salter?
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
A vote of 5, the motion passes.
All right, so the next item, item 8 on the agenda, is Town Council adoption of Resolutions 2402 and 2403, commending the outstanding service of council members Elizabeth Breckus and Beach Cool. And I'm going to read both of those resolutions, then we'll take a vote. I have some additional comments that I would like to make. And then and open this to other council members who may or may not have comments. And then we also have some further gifts. So that was apropos of my comment about I hope Elizabeth brought a bin. All right. So here are the resolutions. All right, so I'll start with 2402, which is resolution commending the outstanding service of council member P. Beach Cool. Whereas council member P. Beach Cool was sworn in as a Ross Town Council member on July 12, 2012 to serve a 4-year term. And during these 4 years and beyond, Councilmember Cool distinguished himself in many ways, including being appointed by his fellow council members to serve as mayor for 3 terms in 2012, 2018, and 2022. And whereas during his 12-year tenure on the town council, Councilmember Cool served the town well, diligently carrying out his duties and responsibilities by dedicating significant time and effort in overseeing the passage of several new ordinances, including planting, alteration, removal or maintenance of trees, reusable foodware, as well as the 5th and 6th cycle housing elements. And whereas Councilmember Cool represented the town and council on numerous committees, boards, and commissions, including the General Government Standing Committee, the Leadership Council, the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members Legislative and Homeless Committees, Transportation Authority of Marin, for which he served 12 years, working to provide better facilities for bicycle use in the county of Marin, especially bike lanes on the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge, Ross Property Owners Association Liaison, and the Ross Valley Fire Department Board of Directors, maintaining cordial relationships with the other members of the JPA while negotiating difficult issues. And whereas the town recognizes that while serving 3 terms as mayor, Councilmember Cool was committed to maintaining transparency with the community, keeping flood control projects moving while supporting citizens' efforts to harden their homes from flooding, and supporting Branson Schools' efforts to grow. And whereas Councilmember Cool provided extraordinary leadership to the town and to the community, especially during the 2020 to 2023 global COVID pandemic. And whereas Councilmember Cool will be remembered as a staunch advocate for consistent application of town rules and regulations to all concerned, and for his belief that this is an essential element to all being treated fairly and equitably. Now therefore be it resolved, the town council, town staff, and citizens of Ross hereby recognize Councilmember Beach Cool and extend to him deep gratitude for his dedicated service to the town of Ross and the community, and wish him and his family a future filled with happiness and continued success in all endeavors. And then I'm going to next read the resolution for Elizabeth Breckus, but we'll vote on these together. All right, so Resolution 2403, commending the outstanding service of Councilmember Elizabeth Breckus. Whereas Councilmember Elizabeth Breckus was sworn in as a Ross Town Council member on June 26, 2012, to serve a 4-year term, and during those 4 years and beyond, Councilmember Breckus distinguished herself in many ways, including being appointed by her fellow council members to serve as mayor for 3 terms in 2014, 2019, and 2023. And whereas during her 12-year tenure on the town council, Councilmember Breckus served the town well, diligently carrying out her duties and responsibilities by dedicating significant time and effort in overseeing the passage of several new ordinances, including construction time limits, regulations on the sale of tobacco, the 5th and 6th cycle housing elements, and enjoyed using her legal background to help the town with zoning issues and real property litigation, stating she joined the town council to make a difference in those areas. And whereas Councilmember Breckus represented the town and council on numerous committees, boards, and commissions, including the Community Protection Standing Committee, Marin Wildfire Prevention, not wildlife, Wildfire Prevention, JPA, Ross Valley Paramedic Authority, and Transportation Authority of Marin Board, and the Ross Valley Fire Department Board of Directors, managing a relationship that required focus on the town's interests and needs while maintaining cordial relationships with other members of the JPA. And whereas the town recognizes that while serving 3 terms as mayor, Councilmember Breckus was committed to continuing the historic practice of civility and respect for other council members, disagreeing at times, and then getting back to the business of working together in a collaborative way. And whereas Councilmember Breckus will be remembered for reorganizing Ross Recreation as a fully integrated town department and making sure it functioned in a transparent way, as well as coordinating and managing the town dinner and the 4th of July parade. In an effort to establish consistency with these town events, she successfully pitched to the town council that Ross Recreation take over the events where they continue to be a great success. And whereas Councilmember Breckus provided extraordinary leadership to the town and to the community during the 2020 to 2023 global COVID pandemic. Now therefore be it resolved, the town council, town staff, and citizens of Ross hereby recognize Councilmember Elizabeth Breckus and extend to her deep gratitude for her dedicated service to the town of Ross and the community, and wish her and her family a future filled with happiness and continued success in all endeavors. And as I mentioned, I have a few additional comments I'd like to make, but since this is an agenda item, why don't we go ahead then and vote on these resolutions.
So I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2402 and 2403.
I will second.
Councilmember Pro Tem McMillan. Aye. Councilmember Dowling.
Aye.
Mayor Kircher.
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins.
Aye.
Councilmember Salter.
Aye.
With a vote of 5, the motion passes.
All right, so a couple of comments. They overlap somewhat with the resolutions I just read, but the reason I wanted to read them out loud was I think that there's a lot in there that is very noteworthy about both Beach's service and Elizabeth Breckus's service. But I want to emphasize just a few things. First of all, that they were on the council for 12 years. I'm just finishing my 4th year. That is quite a long time. And it has seen a lot of Ross history, including some black swan events like COVID, but also work on our continuing project of protecting the residents of Ross from fire and flood, and many other initiatives. Certainly replacing our aging town facilities. That would be another major issue that's come up. And my impression after being on the council for 4 years is that Ross is a very well-run town. It's a small town, but it punches above its weight. We have a small staff because we're a small town. We have limited revenues, and yet this town, of the 11 cities in Marin County, I think we're at the top of the list, or way up there, if not the top. Oh, I'll just say it, the top of the list. And there are 3 things that I think are exceptional about Ross. And I think these are things that might not always have been said about Ross. I wasn't here. I've been here 10 years, so I don't want to disparage anyone unfairly, or even disparage them at all. But let's say there are some things that could have been handled a little better, like, well, to name a few, fiscal responsibility, transparency. And we are now a very fiscally responsible town. We have reserves of about $10 million. We have a good start on replacing our town facilities. We've been consistently paying down our pension liabilities. This is not true of all of the cities in Marin or the Bay Area. To the contrary, many other cities have severe problems in that regard, severe budget problems. They have deficits. We are in the black. And but transparency. I mean, we make it a point to explain what we're doing and why we're doing it. We have a morning after newsletter that goes out that recaps for the public what we've done. And so I think that's another strong point. And then finally, and this is something both Beach and Elizabeth have mentioned and is noted in their resolutions commending them, a commitment to civility. We don't always agree. To the contrary, we have some real differences. We have had some real differences on the council, but everybody on the council has treated every other member with respect and with due regard to their views and taken their views into account as well. And then, in addition, it's a lot of work to be on the council, to be blunt. It is a lot of work. We're all volunteers. We're not paid. So that's 12 years of service, for which Beach and Elizabeth were not paid. And it's not just a matter of coming to council members every month, council meetings every month. There are special meetings. We're having a special meeting today. There are budget workshops. We're going to have a budget workshop today. We've had meetings at night, sometimes going into the wee hours. Hopefully that won't happen again or too often. But The council is doing a lot as part of their regular duties, but we also serve on outside boards and commissions. Many of those are specifically mentioned in these resolutions. But just to highlight that, one of my duties as the incoming mayor is to make appointments, really recommendations to the council as to who's going to serve on those committees and outside commissions and boards in the coming year. Well, that's something that usually doesn't require too much time because there's not a lot of turnover. There hasn't been. But now that Beach and Elizabeth are leaving, 14 vacancies need to be filled. 14. And I'm already making excuses for the fact that I'm not completely ready to do that today. But that just shows you what kind of a commitment they've made to Ross. And that's just as to the council. They both have deep roots in the community, a long record of public service. And I think that's something that is worthy of our deep gratitude. I just add one more thing. I know I've gone on a little longer than I was going to, but I was thinking about when I first met Elizabeth and Beach. Although I'd lived here for a number of years, until I ran for a seat on the town council, I had never met either one of them. And I met them we were all running for office at the same time, them for their third term, me for my first term. And I got to know them a bit. And I was thinking about that a lot. And then I went back to their campaign statements back in those years. What did they emphasize? And one of the things that Elizabeth emphasized was her experience. She is an attorney, practices municipal law, land use issues, and so forth, represents owners and businesses, appears before other councils and planning commissions, and she has a deep knowledge in this area. And that is true, and it has been very helpful. She has picked up on issues. I have to say I have a little bit of experience there. I would not have noticed these, and then can give us insight as to how other towns are approaching these issues. So that's been very valuable. But I'd say more broadly, one thing I've been impressed with, and this is not in her campaign statement, but it's obvious that she has such deep experience. She has been, to some extent, our historian. I mean, yes, we have town records and so forth, but Elizabeth has been able to go back and say, well, I remember when the flood district made this representation to us, and now they're saying something that's a little different. Or, no, this was our deal that we made. No, it's not what they're saying. You know, this is really helpful, and I think it's one thing we will miss, although we have deep experience. Councilmember Robbins, 10 years, Councilmember McMillan, I think, this is her 8th year. But still, that's been very helpful and something we'll miss. Now, Beach, in his statement, just emphasized that his effort to basically not make things more complicated than they have to be. He is very committed to transparency and to keeping Ross the small, I think, I'm not quoting him exactly, the small town community we all want it to be. And that includes a lot of just personal touches. Yes, we have technology, we have Zoom and so forth. Beach was a big proponent of coming right back to in-person meetings, to have that kind of small town interaction and keep that going. But he also was a person who just did tend to look at things in somewhat basic terms, which when you think about it, that's a virtue. We all tend to get too mired down in complicated issues or overthink things. I'm certainly guilty of that. Beach would have a fairly direct, fairly, sometimes blunt take on things. And I appreciate it. That was a kind of a fresh approach. Paraphrasing Beach, or maybe putting a few words in his mouth, it was sort of like sometimes less is more. And Beach was one of those people who, at least initially, said what he meant and meant what he said, although he was open to persuasion. It's not that as if he digged in and never compromised. He did. Anyway, these are both voices that I think it's good to recognize and remember as we continue on. With the new council, we are going from a council with 4 lawyers to only 2 lawyers, and Ben, of course. There is no longer a majority of Stanford Law School graduates on this. I thought this was a Guinness Book of World Records thing. Now we're down to 2. Anyway, enough humor. I think on the part of the council, our deep gratitude to Elizabeth and Beach. You'll both be missed. At the same time, we're welcoming new council members, which is always good too, to have turnover, new perspectives, new voices to continue the town's traditions and our good government. So, Julie.
So I wanted to read two resolutions that were adopted by the Board of Supervisors on April 16th, signed by President Dennis Rodoni and Supervisor Katie Rice. And I'll start with the resolution for Elizabeth Breckus for her 12 years of service as Ross Town Council member. Whereas Elizabeth Breckus was elected to the Ross Town Council in June 2012, bringing with her a wealth of experience, a history of transformative leadership, and a lifelong commitment to public service. Whereas Councilmember Breckus's tenure has spanned 3 terms, serving as mayor 3 times, and 12 years putting her many talents to work stewarding town finances, supporting staff, and ensuring Ross Town government stayed connected, responsive, and accountable to the community it serves. Whereas Councilmember Breckus has been a strong advocate for wildfire prevention, highlighted through her 8 years as a director on the Ross Valley Fire Protection Board, including service as president from 2018 to 2019. And whereas Councilmember Breckus has lent her leadership skills well beyond Ross Town borders, serving as president of the Marin County Bar Association in 2014 and as president of the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members in 2016. And whereas Councilmember Breckus's leadership, ethical standards, and commitment to public service and fairness have left an indelible mark on the town of Ross and the greater Ross Valley. Now therefore be it resolved that the Marin County Board of Supervisors, especially District 2 Supervisor Katie Rice, extends our deepest gratitude to Elizabeth Breckus for her outstanding service as Ross Town Council member and contributions to the greater Ross Valley and all of Marin. Signed, President Dennis Rodoni and Supervisor Katie Rice. A similar but slightly different resolution for Beach Cool for his 12 years of service as Ross Town Council member. Whereas Councilmember Beach Cool has served his community, friends, and neighbors with unwavering love, dedication, and humor for over 12 years on the Ross Town Council. And whereas Councilmember Cool brought with him a wealth of experience, a history of transformative leadership, and a lifelong commitment to public service, and gave tirelessly of himself to his role on the council and many associated assignments. And whereas Councilmember Cool's tenure on the Ross Town Council has been marked by a series of indelible contributions to District 2 and the County of Marin, including serving on the Homelessness Committee for Marin, Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members Legislative Committee, Ross Valley Fire Board, and 12 years on the Transportation Authority of Marin. Whereas Councilmember Cool's tenure on the Ross Town Council has been characterized by a caring attitude towards all stakeholders, demonstrating through regular engagement with Ross residents, town staff, and the county, creating an environment where voices are heard and contributions are valued. And whereas Councilmember Cool's leadership, ethical standards, and commitment to fairness and equity have left a lasting mark on the people he has worked with and the community he has served. Whereas Beach Cool has been a source of inspiration, prompted reflection, and brought humor to the fore just when needed. His colleagues and community have all benefited from his compassionate perspective and wise counsel. Adopted by the Board of Supervisors on April 16th, 2024, signed by Dennis Rodoni, President, and Katie Rice, Supervisor, District 2. I did just want to mention one other thing, and I know we've gone on for a long time, but you know, serving on the council as Bill just mentioned for 12 years, that's 12 meetings a year plus special meetings, plus serving as mayor and mayor pro tem, plus serving on many, many other committees. I figure that you, Elizabeth, and Beach have each probably been to 500 meetings. And that's probably lowballing it over the course of your 12-year tenure. And that doesn't include prep time, and that doesn't include how long some of those meetings can go, right? Some of our meetings are 5 hours. And so being conservative, I'm assuming, doing the math, that if you went to 500 meetings and each meeting was 3 hours, and you prepped for 3 hours, that's 3,000 hours of meetings that you all have spent. And applying your billable hour rate, assuming it's, let's just assume it's $750 an hour times 3,000 is $2.25 million of service you have given the town of Ross. So I think that kind of puts it in perspective, right? What an incredible gift you and Beach have given to our town. Always with a smile and, just from the goodness of your heart. So thank you so, so much. We will truly miss you.
Anyone else? Okay, well, again, Elizabeth and Beach, thank you so much for all that you've done for the town. We hope you will stay in touch. We do hear from former mayors and council members sometimes a lot, so please stay in touch. And we have some further gifts, as I've alluded to a couple of times, for you. So I will now present those gifts.
I just want to say thank you so much. This is unexpected and such an honor. It's been wonderful serving on the Rosstown Council, and I'm sure our new members will find it so as well. There's just been great camaraderie and a real respect for, this little local democracy that we have run and engaged in. One of the things I really enjoyed about this council is that people came with their views and their ideas, but then there was true deliberation and an openness to be persuaded by other people. And so instead of people coming and making speeches, we came with an open mind to understand what others' perspectives were. And it was, just a real joy to serve. And we're so lucky to have a great staff, including Liz. It's great to see you today because you've just been integral to the town. So we're really lucky. We have a great support staff here, and it's just been a pleasure. So good luck to you all, and thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it.
All right, the next item is item 9, Town Council to make its appointments to Town Council committees for fiscal year 2024-2025. And so this is something that is done at the beginning of each new term, which this is. As I mentioned, we have at least 14 assignments that have to be made, maybe a few more if anyone is switching at this point. And I have done some work on this. I have spoken with all the council members, as I'm required to do and wanted to do, to see what their preferences were and their interests were. And I'm trying to match this all together, and I finally gave up. Not altogether. I just thought, this is a big job. It's not something we really have had to do in the time I've been on the council. Because when I came on the council, there were 4 continuing members. We've made some adjustments along the way, but I thought rather than, I have some ideas right now, but rather than do this piecemeal, I thought it might be best to do this at our next regular council meeting, which is not far away. It's May 6th. However, there is one exception, which is that one of those boards is going to meet this evening. And so we do need to make a selection right now. even though I think perhaps even this is premature because I can't really coordinate it with everything else. But based on my discussions with Beach, but more to the point with Terry, our incoming council members, Terry Dowling and Matt Salter, I'm going to recommend that Terry be our representative with Matt as the alternate, and Matt also has an interest in Safe Routes to School. We can talk about that later, possibly coming on as our representative on the task force that deals with Safe Routes to School. I should mention these appointments, I mean, they're not cast in stone. If it doesn't work out, they can be changed. On the other hand, some of these boards and commissions, there is a learning curve. And so the idea is hopefully we'll make the right selections, and then we'll have members serving in those committees that will acquire that kind of experience. But anyway, that's what I have for you today. And Matt, I'm sorry, I meant to call you back and follow up. We just talked yesterday on this, but that is my take on it now. And it's the procedures manual talks about the mayor making appointments, but really it's the council that must ratify these. So it is a council decision. And if anyone would like to discuss this further, if not, then I would ask for a motion to confirm this, and then ask the clerk communicate with Tam, because the meeting is this evening. Any discussion, any comment? You okay? All right, a motion then, please.
I have a question. Will there be in the packet for the May meeting, your proposed assignments, so we can have something kind of to respond to?
Yes, that's my intention, to have a list, since we have so many changes.
Great.
To have that, again, I would like to talk further with Matt and Terry particularly, but perhaps other members, which is what I'm required to do, or should do, under our procedures. It may be somewhat later in the week. It may not be part of your original packet, given everything else that's going on right now, but before the council meeting, and so that the council members and the public can see this, yes.
Great, thank you. So with that, I will make a motion to appoint Terry as the representative for Transportation Authority of Marin, with Matt serving as the alternate.
All right, and a second? I should mention that I don't know that this is in our procedures, but generally, the mayor does not make motions or second things. I suppose technically I could, so feel free to second the motion, even though you're a subject of the motion.
I second the motion.
Mayor Pro Tem McMillan? Councilmember Dowling?
Aye.
Mayor Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
Councilmember Salter?
Aye.
Okay, with a vote of 5, the motion passes.
All right, so that concludes our business for the special session. We have ahead of us the budget workshop, and quite a bit to get through on that as well. So,
Mayor, may I
yes,
request just a very
please.
brief recess to
Yeah.
move
Yes.
things around?
Yes,
If
of
that's
course.
okay.
What, 10 minutes would be enough, or?
5 minutes, it's up to you.
But why don't we say 10 minutes, bathroom break?
Sounds
A
good.
luscious breakfast awaits us over here, and,
Okay.
okay. Great,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
Last night, late last night, information about the meeting that Tammy had. So we got to have a forum, and I didn't want to respond. This was an email, and we sent it to Beach, and sent it to me.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I need to let them know that you've been appointed. Yes, yeah.
I'll be available.
Yep, yeah, as soon as this meeting is over at 2, I already had it noted, maybe,
Maybe just leave an email just saying that I will be,
yeah.
I'm worried that
They're worried about the quorum. You know what? Let me go in my office. I can't remember the lady's name. I'll get that from her, and I'll let them know right now. Yeah, yeah.
So anyways, as soon as I get to a good place, oh, why it's not setting? I have 5 hours, but I mean, we just like. You're the mayor, you're chairman of the meeting, you're in charge.
Is Ann still here, Bill?
No, she left.
Oh, okay. I would
Thank
say
you.
goodbye.
Anyway, you'll have a wonderful time. And I think I'm on all my in the car, and I actually spoke to the guy, and he said, yes, it was a terrible hot. Hold on, it was worse than those, but he said, it's too late for teenagers, you know, they already doing it, they have to start by the young need to, you know, get every out of the city to do it. So, sadly, there are yes, and they're sometimes I was like, why don't you like, why can't we just say this? Well, in the airport, you know, it needs to be this first, which doesn't make any sense. Whether it's working or not, I don't know. Anyway, so that just a lot of insane. I think Austin, Texas, they place. I feel so hurt and I miss it. Entire city is so
You and I will get
that was just I'm sure they'll do something about work on it. But anyway, there's so many vehicles go to the train station in Porto because they have beautiful blue tiles and they always walk by it.
Where are you going?
Going to Portugal?
I am.
How cool is that?
My daughter. We're going on May 8th. The timing just works out right. Because I have to pick her up in New Jersey, pick her up from her dorm. Yeah. Finish up in storage. Be there one night. Copenhagen for 3 nights. A friend of mine from college is a glass artist, and she's going to be a resident. Anyways, I'm taking her. And then Porto for 12 nights. And then I come back and I still have 2 weeks before the council meeting. Perfect. But it's like my daughter. Pretty basic. Looking at the class, obviously we'll stay in Lisbon because we're flying home from Lisbon. It's quite cool. She's flying in Lisbon. Yeah. So now we're going to Lisbon earlier, and then we're going to go out to the beach. I actually looked at the one in Lisbon, and there were still like 6 months. You don't want to be
Should I rescue these copies? seems like stones seem like there's always something missing. Too dry. Are you saying there's some standard for stones? Like they've been sitting on the shelf for too long. Let's go. So I had Caltrans FD1 training at 1, but it's not going to. It seems like it's kind of. That's the only day they offer you half.
To see you in person. I wanted to introduce Mr. Gray here, who had submitted his, on behalf of Allen Avenue, putting in some signs.
Nice to meet you. I've seen you around town. Yeah, totally.
So he put together a letter. I don't know if you saw it. Okay, good. And I know I saw an item on the budget for Allen.
I was so relieved to hear that you had already.
Thinking
several
about
months ago, we started looking into it after several weeks. We've got some good ideas. And funding seems to be in place. Took some in the council to move forward.
How do you prioritize? How do you prioritize things?
Really, it's from input from town.
Like how many complaints to get, basically?
Yeah, and then, you have to forward it to the council. They all, if they all say it thumbs up, then it kind of becomes a project. And we've got time to get it on this fiscal year's budget too. So it's allocated. We might have it this year.
Okay, that's the best news possible. It's so bad, but everyone's so busy because we all have like little kids, and so everyone's like trying to feed their family first, and like you have these moments where you're like, dang, this is like a really serious problem. Yeah. And it's hard to prioritize the time to go into this. And I'm just a crazy little community manager for Allen, and I didn't even. I'm gonna do public comments. I'll explain how I even ended up doing this. You know what I mean? Thank you. Sure. It sounds like
Yeah, well,
there was the other thing I'll mention in there's all these ancillary issues. I got all this feedback and I didn't get it all in this letter, for example.
Well, we got some time.
No, he's not, he left. He doesn't easily stay.
Let's get started. All right, so calling the meeting to order, special meeting to order for the annual budget workshop. Posting the agenda's been posted. And we will now have open time for public expression limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Yes. Good point, thank you. Is Councilmember Robbins online now? All right, so
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins is appearing remotely. Councilmember, could you please tell us where you are joining the meeting from and also describe who else may be present?
So I'm at 3475 Padero Lane in Carpinteria, and there is no one else present in the room. And the agenda has been posted at the door, which is open.
Great, thank you very much. All right, now we move on to item 3. Open time for public expression limited to 3 minutes per speaker on items on the agenda. Do we have any member of the public who wishes to address the council? Please come to the podium.
Well, good morning, Town Council. Congratulations to all the new members on here. Nice to see everybody. It's fun to be part of this. Let's see. So my name is James Gray, and I wanted to comment related to some issues on Allen Avenue, and really just to introduce myself as someone who essentially has by accident turned into an advocate for our little community there. So I sent a letter into your inboxes just a couple of days ago, and so I just wanted to give you a little bit more context and introduce myself. I was born at Marin General Hospital. I'm born and raised. I did the math, and I've lived in the Ross Valley area for 32 years. And I've lived in Ross for the last 10 years. And why we moved to Ross was for all the same reasons you all moved to Ross. The schools are world-class. It's got this small, vibrant community that's really special. And it's a very beautiful, charming, special place. And, where it really, frankly, makes your job a lot harder because people have always, through many generations since the founding of the town, have done the extra work to prioritize making it classically beautiful here while functioning as a town and all these things. Let's see. And so those are the things I believe in. Make it safe, make it beautiful, and walk that line, right? You got to have it safe, but you also have to make it beautiful and, and kind of, it's not just beautiful, it's classic beauty, right? Let's see, the flowers and the boxes, the lampposts, the old growth trees, the rock walls, the historical architecture, etc. Let's see, probably one more minute left. Oh yeah, how did I get into doing what I'm doing right here, which is speaking up for Allen Avenue? I actually noticed, I live on Allen Avenue, and I noticed that there is a historical rock wall there. It was in The Godfather, the movie. There used to be rock columns there, just modest little rock columns at the entryway there. And I think someone with a truck just like knocked them down and no one replaced them. And someone also hit the street sign, and the street sign was bent. And I was like, oh, well, who fixes that? And I started like asking, and I talked to the RPOA, and they were like, oh yeah, we should restore those rock columns that are there, and we should straighten the street sign. Someone needs to advocate for it, basically. And they said, go talk to your neighbors. And I said, okay, hey neighbors, there's this and this. And they said, that's great, James, but we have bigger fish to fry on Allen Avenue. We have other issues here. And started telling me about things I already knew because I live there. Really, there just needs to be a safe way for kids to walk to school and for the whole community to get to the common. It's the only primary corridor that goes to the common and to the school where there's no sidewalk. And also, there's a lot of people that park on the road and there's no turnaround. And so they do 3- and 5-point turns, and there's just so much hazards. You can't even believe it when you live on the street and you see this on a daily basis. And then, but the feedback also from the neighbors is that, well, then if you don't have people turning around there, then they come driving really fast all the way to the end where it's really tight and there's blind turns. And there's been some close calls there. And so there's a lot of other little ancillary issues related to life on Allen and this corridor that I wasn't able to pull together in this letter that I just wrote last Friday. I sent that letter out to the neighbors on Friday. I got support from, I think, 13 or 14 households of the 16 right away. And then there's a few others that want more information. So I'm here at your disposal to be a liaison for the Allen Avenue community. And I hope that you can prioritize the needs of this really central, neglected area. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Is there anyone else, either in the public? Yes, please, Jeff. All right, again, 3 minutes.
Yes, Jeff Koblick from the Ross Property Owners Association, and just coming here, we're coming here with the budget request of the town, and we just wanted to reiterate our partnership with the town. We're working with you to try and do projects that benefit the town. We're raising money to supplement the budget, and we appreciate all the great efforts by the staff here that help us to get things done, and we're here to help get things done that you might want done. And so we appreciate the partnership for, I think it's like 60 years or something like that, and we want to continue it and do more great things like the Live on the Commons, which was so successful on Friday, and we just got a new table into the post office. We have hanging flowers coming on May 3rd. And we've got a list of other projects which have been submitted to Krista, and we kind of went back and forth to try and get a budget that we both felt good with. And so, any questions? Look forward to the year ahead.
Great, thank you. Is anyone else present who wishes to be heard? All right, is there anyone on Zoom?
There are no raised hands on Zoom.
All right, well, very good. Then I'll close the public discussion, and we will now move on to item 4, the overview by Town Manager Johnson.
Right. Thank you so much, Mayor and council members. I'd like to thank you for devoting much of your day today for this annual budget workshop. We do appreciate it. And I'd also like to introduce members of our team who are here today to participate in this workshop and who may be called upon to answer questions that you have. First, our consulting accountant, Elizabeth Ford, sits next to me. And Elizabeth has been working for the town since 1982. So she knows a lot. We are very lucky to have her here, and important part of our budget process. We also have our town clerk, Cindy Martell. We have our recreation manager, Maureen Borthwick. We have our planning and building director, Roberta Feliciano. We have police chief Pata, and our public works director, Rich Simonich. So we are all here, and so throughout this, if you have questions, I'll be calling them up to the podium if there are questions that Liz and I aren't able to handle first, okay? All right. I have a PowerPoint, and It is going out via Zoom too, and I guess I want to make sure that Councilmember Robbins is able to see this, if she could let us know.
Yes, I can see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so our workshop today is first we'll review and confirm with the council your town goals. We're going to review our recent accomplishments that our organization has made over this past fiscal year. We are going to review elements of organizational capacity. We'll go through a 5-year financial forecast. We'll show you how we are addressing pension liabilities. Then we will get into discussing the draft fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. We're going to have a little bit of an emphasis. I'm asking Director Roberta Feliciano to come up, and she has a handful of slides to go through with the council just to show you what needs to be done in the budget for the implementation of our 6th cycle housing element. I want to make sure the council is aware of that significant work item. And then after we get done with that, the council will have a discussion of 2 requests we've received, one from the Ross Property Owners Association and the other from the Age Friendly Task Force for funding requests. Then our Public Works Director, Rich Simonich, will come up and discuss with the council the 5-year capital improvement plan. And then we'll have questions throughout, and we'll do some next steps and wrap up. And we have lunch, and we have coffee, and we can take breaks as you and the mayor want to have them. Okay? All right. So I will move on to town goals, which are there and there. 8 years ago, the town council developed 6 of the first 6 goals, and then the 7th was added 3 years ago. The goals guide staff's development of the draft fiscal year ending 25 budget that's before you today. And I'd just like the council to take a quick look at them. Do you have any edits, refinements to these goals? Be happy to discuss. We could also always bring it back at a different time. So, seeing none, I'm going to move on. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I like to celebrate achievements and just take a few minutes to go through a lot of achievements this organization has made and to celebrate them. And these are achievements that are been made so far this fiscal year, so we still have a couple more months to go. And at the end of these handful of slides, the council can certainly add to them if you'd like. So these accomplishments they're not so much the day-to-day as they were the ones that were really led or inspired by the town council, or that the council supported through your review and actions that you took during council meetings. And they are not listed in any particular order. Okay, so first and foremost, and I continue to appreciate this having worked in other places, and we read about it in the newspaper, but Ross has a very productive, collaborative town council that respects each other and staff and the community, and it is such a pleasure to work with a productive town council, so I want to thank you for that. It's a big accomplishment. The town of Ross, we are financially healthy, and we have a proactive budget. A couple examples of that, and these are things that the council played in, you absolutely played a role in. So number 1, clean audit for fiscal year ending 23. You took action on that in March. The public safety parcel tax was renewed with 78% voter approval in March. Huge accomplishment, led by the council and supported by all 5 members of the council. We brought GAN limit solutions to the town council last summer, and that was took a little time to do, but we got that straightened out. Increased savings for the Civic Center project. The council has saved up a significant savings account for that project. And while a lot of councils might not have that, that fortitude to not spend it on other things, to know that this is a big need for us and you're saving for it. So big accomplishment. And the council has continued to pay down unfunded pension liability. Again, significant accomplishment for this year, and we'll talk a little bit about that later on. Maintaining a safe community. Big accomplishment for the year. We recruited and transitioned to new staff over this past year. We've made significant housing element progress, and we are almost done, fingers crossed. You'll hear a little bit about that more later. Town staff brought 26 design review and CUP projects through ADR to the town council. And that is including a couple that we're projecting for the next month. So those go through ADR and then they go to the council, and they take a significant amount of work by staff, the ADR, and the council. A March election was conducted, so big thank you to our town clerk, Cindy Martell, and she worked closely with our town attorney's office to do everything that's required for the council elections and our parcel tax election, so it was done and done well. Our Public Works Department brought forward a tree inventory and a tree management plan for the first time to the council. That was last year. You might have forgotten that, but it's now being implemented, and quite a bit of work is being done this year. The Public Works Department processed 66 encroachment permits and 47 tree permits. This is in the realm of the day-to-day work, but I just, since the Public Works Director quantified it, I wanted to make sure it got to you because it's impressive. Our Recreation Department implemented a recreation fee assistance program that was new. They also updated our field facility rentals to include 3 Bear Hut, and that was requested by the community. Our police chief, with the assistance of a consultant, conducted an evaluation of emergency preparedness plan and identified near and midterm actions, which we will be working on, have started on, and will continue to work on. The Public Works Director asked the council to adopt the 2023 Storm Drainage Master Plan, which was a significant amount of work, and of that, this current fiscal year completed the Shady Lane and El Camino Bueno drainage project and continued progress on the Bolinas Storm Drain Phase 2 project. Undergrounding utility district progress occurred throughout this year. It is a multi-year process, but it continues to go forward, and it's something that our staff spends time on. Traffic education and enforcement. There's different aspects of this, but I want to point out the police chief and the department's e-bike initiative. That's called Ride Safe and Ross, that he's been working on a lot this year with community members and, of course, our school district staff. Increased police department outreach and community engagement. Chief Pata has been, you've seen quite a coffee with the chief, and our night out, national night out, and some of the things that he's doing. We began addressing the status of the paramedic lease in Ross. That is, hasn't been achieved just yet, but it will be. And it's took quite a bit of time last year, but addressing it is an important first step. Increased wild prevention education, and this was mid to late last summer at the request of a couple of our council members who wanted us to do a little bit more education, local education. Marin Wildfire and Fire Safe Marin does an extraordinary amount of education, but this is to take it a little bit more local. And this is an example, this is a postcard that was sent out in August, identifying 4 different events that were taking place at which our members of our community could receive disaster preparedness materials and actually talk to somebody. And so the town paid for this. We spent time on this to get it out, and we helped support these events where this information was given. And the list goes on. Recruited a new police officer. As you know, this is an accomplishment. It's something that Chief Pata and I spend a lot of time on, so we've got a new person on board. Obtained council approval to add a police officer position for succession planning. That was approved by the council at your last meeting, and you'll see it in your budget today. Our recreation manager accomplished a regrowth of the Kids Club after-school program. The council spent quite a bit of time on this in our previous year and made the decision to bring back the program, and it's been successful this year. Supported age-friendly task force, increased community involvement, partnerships with Ross School and Basage Elementary. Progress, Winship Bridge Replacement Project, multi-year project. You see a lot of agenda items that come to the council regarding that project. Laurel Grove Safe Pathways Project, very much had received a lot of good positive feedback from members of the community. You adopted a revised version of the 6-cycle housing element. That was done this past December, and you're going to be seeing another amendment at your next council meeting on May 6th. Hopefully that will be the last one necessary. Over the holidays and into January, the council amended the zoning for Branson to facilitate the development of workforce housing there, which was a requirement for us to get certification, move towards certification of our housing element. Led by our town clerk, brought forward a updated records retention policy to the council last summer, and she's been working with staff to implement that. You're going to be seeing an annual update coming up to you soon. Increased Ross Valley Fire Department staffing, solved their governance topic for the time being. So a lot of time spent on that. You adopted a gate safety ordinance. Ross Rec just recently started up their new website and their new registration software, which has been well received. So again, these are not in priority order, and I'm just simply bringing them up to point them out and to celebrate. And the last item is if you had any others you wanted to add to the list or mention, be happy to discuss them or at any time.
Bill, can I ask a question?
Yes, Julie.
Krista, I'm just wondering how will we communicate all those amazing accomplishments to our residents?
We can put something in the morning after, if you'd like. Or the mayor also does you can incorporate some of them. I don't want to, you can do that, or we can do a separate art or whatever you prefer. So we'll work with the mayor on that. Mm-hmm.
Anyone else?
Okay. All right. This next slide is talking about elements of organizational capacity, and I've showed this to the council a few times. I was going to take it out, then I thought, oh, we have a couple of new members, and that maybe you would enjoy seeing this slide. I did not create this slide. I've edited it a little bit. It started, a consultant worked with the town council in Fairfax a couple of years ago, and he brought forward this, and I thought it was really interesting, so I just want to show it to you. So this is just talking about the different elements of organizational capacity for a local government. So you've got, on the left, you have the council capacity and clarity. So it assumes 13 meetings a year, 3 hours a meeting, which means that the council, because you have to make your decisions together, right, in a notice public hearing, you have 39 hours available to get your work done. You have, closed sessions, you have to do public comment, you have committee reports that you make, and then you've got some big land use agenda items, finance, miscellaneous, council priorities. So it's all these kinds of functions. And the bottom line is, so you've got a limited time available for town council discussion and priorities, of your priorities. So the second column has to do with staff capacity. And pretty much an average 75% of everybody's day is devoted to the day-to-day services. Some of the departments are a little bit more, like planning and building has, they are focused on handling customer applications and public works, and of course, and then maybe mine is a little bit less. I can do a little bit more on special projects. And they have limiting factors, staff constraints, emergencies, changing directions, but then they have some positive factors. We have a very dedicated staff. We do have some external resources. Marin County is great about how we can pick up the phone and call people. There's a real sense of regionalism here. And we've had reasonable council expectations, and so that is a very positive factor that allows us to handle this workload. So another element of our capacity is, of course, our financial capacity. Most of our town funds are allocated to personnel, and you'll learn more about that later on. Our new resources, any new resources that come in are typically consumed with new obligations. Not often do we find a new funding source that can just help us with what we're already doing. Sometimes we have investments that reduce future burdens. And so it results in a focus on one-time resources and opportunities instead of ongoing. Community capacity. So there is some rising divisiveness at all levels of government. We do see a trend of, single issues or narrow issues that people are focused on. Rising complexity of these issues, rising expectations, expectation for greater communication, for example. And this level of civic engagement is refreshing, but it also can be a little challenging sometimes. We have to figure out how to communicate to people that prefer different modes of communication. That's just one example. And then, of course, we have these external dynamics. State mandates, the housing element is a perfect example of that. We have other agencies. So for example, in Marin County, you've got county flood control that's doing things, big impacts on us, and it's difficult to control them, right? State legislation, we've got CEQA, we have federal NEPA environmental considerations, economic changes, recessions and inflation, pension and healthcare costs, and technological advancements. So that's just to say that it's just really making the point that the town council and staff have a limited amount of time and attention. And so we really have to manage those two things with care and think about how are we spending our time? How is the council being asked to pay attention to certain things, okay? And I'll leave it out next year, my slide. Okay, so we've got our 5-year financial forecast. This assists the town council and management in understanding the town's ability to fund current levels of services in the future. Is it sustainable? Is our level of service sustainable? The purpose is also gives us the ability to fund alternative programs and services in the short term and the longer term. What does the forecast do? It projects revenue and expenses for fiscal year 2024, so that's our current fiscal year, through 2029 for the town's operating fund. It estimates revenue and expenses based on current town policies and state statutes. It includes a modest level of capital expenses continuing to be funded by the operating fund. And it includes an additional $200,000 per year through 2028 for pension to pay down that unfunded pension liability. So our 5-year forecast in the area of revenue, property taxes, they're going to continue to be our largest source of revenue. It's 64% of budgeted revenues. And the projections are provided by a report from HDL, average 4% per year growth. So that's what we can forecast. Revenue growth will be less than expense growth. So transfers that the council has been making to the Facilities and Equipment Fund or the Capital Projects Fund, that's your savings account for your Civic Center project primarily. The ability of the town council to transfer money to those funds is projected to decrease over this 5-year period of time in order to balance the budget. Also in fiscal year 29, the optional contribution to the pension plan, we had to decrease it from 200,000, which is what you've been doing every year, to 100,000 to make it balance. So things are getting a little bit tighter. So in the area of expenses over the 5-year forecast, they're projected to grow approximately 3 to 4% per year, and that's excluding one-time expenditures. Wages and benefits comprise 45% of total expenses. They are estimated to increase 4 to 5% per year moving forward. And then we do have a 3-year labor agreement for our police officers. That's in effect until June 30th, 2025. And that agreement, that 3-year agreement, had a 3.8% annual increase. So expenses continued. Our pension costs are stabilizing with the enactment of PEPRA provisions, which is the state's pension reform bill that was passed in 2012 and went into effect in 2013. And our pension costs are also stabilizing with the pay down of the town's unfunded liability. However, CalPERS investment gains and losses contribute to the unpredictability of future costs. This year, so in fiscal year 23, our required pension costs were $613,000, but those are estimated to increase to $1 million by fiscal year ending 29. So in that 6-7 year period, it's quite an increase. Our fire department JPA costs are increasing. These costs are 31% of the town's budget. It's our number one departmental budget. And they're budgeted to increase by 13.3% in the coming fiscal year, and then after that, 3% annually. And that large increase for the coming year is attributed to 2 things. Number one, the board made the decision to increase staffing on their engines to 3-person to get them in line with the staffing of engines throughout Marin County. And then also the department, instead of contracting with Marin County for command staff, they are now becoming their own. So there's a full-time fire chief, and there will be an addition of a full-time administrative battalion chief in order to function. So the department is going to be its own department instead of having a shared services agreement. And that was a decision the Ross Valley Fire Board made this past spring. So this slide shows the results of this forecast. And what it's showing is that the town is sustainable with your current level of services. It's sustainable over this 5-year forecasted period. I want to point out, if you look at the bottom of the 3rd column, which is the projected fiscal year ending 2024, so we are projecting by the end of this June, we will end the year with a surplus of $1.725 million. And you might ask, wow, why? And that's because of a handful of things. So first of all, we budget very conservatively. So our projections are very conservative. And we're lucky because some of our revenue has come in a lot higher than we projected. So for example, our interest revenue is coming in about 3 times higher than we projected a year ago. Our building permit revenue is coming in twice as high as we projected. And, you know, it's difficult to project planning and building revenue. And luckily for us, it's coming in higher than we projected instead of the other way around. But as our residents will tell you, there's a lot of construction going on in the town of Ross right now. Everybody is feeling the impacts of that, and it's resulting in revenue, and it's also therefore resulting in a big increase for inspections. The police department especially, and a little bit of the town manager's office, we've had some salary savings this current fiscal year. So about $400,000 will be saved in salaries for unfilled positions, primarily in the police department. We also received 2 grants that were not budgeted for. They're planning grants. One's called LEAP and one's called SB2. And the town applied for them a handful of years ago, but we didn't receive the money until our staff had, really had to go out and do the reporting and get the money. And so we received $225,000 this current fiscal year that we didn't have in the budget. And those funds are going to defray the costs of our housing element consultants, which the town has spent, I believe, over $400,000 so far. Does that sound about right, Liz? Yeah. Our property taxes, we're expecting to receive about $50,000 more than we budgeted for. And we've a whole bunch of different miscellaneous things. For example, we received some workers' comp reimbursement for a police officer that was injured on duty over a year ago. So the town pays him his salary, and we receive some of that back in workers' comp from our workers' comp insurance pool. So the forecast, so besides this year, if you look on the bottom line there, the forecast results project a modest financial surpluses in this 5-year period of time. Okay?
Do you want me to make that a little bit bigger on the screen, or do you guys have?
Cannot see it. Could you make it bigger?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you for pointing that out.
we're okay?
Yeah. Thank you, Rich. Yeah, please don't hesitate to let us know if we need to make any changes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem McMillan, for pointing out our staff report, which is was provided to you, and there's a lot of information in here. I don't know if this exact chart is in here. Do you know?
It's at the end.
Oh, at the end. And this one?
Oh, yeah.
On page 8 of your staff report. Yeah. Okay.
Well, okay. Unfortunately, it's among the many things I left at home this morning, including my notes on what I was going to say and so forth, but
Oh,
I will bring it up on my iPad.
okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So the summary of your financial forecasts is that, again, current level of services are fundable, I like that word, over the next 5 years. Small surpluses may be available to help fund capital or one-time expenses. Town additional payments to CalPERS and OPEB, retiree health costs, have generated significant cost reductions, enhancing the future financial sustainability of this organization. And the public safety parcel tax that was renewed by the voters in March extends the cost, the tax through 2035. So we have some challenges. We do have a need for additional funding to address our deferred capital needs and our obsolete facilities. Our pension costs can fluctuate with the stock market performance, so it's really difficult to predict that. And our fire costs, fire services costs are growing. But we also have opportunities. And the council's decision on the facilities to rebuild and develop a funding plan with site plans, that's an opportunity for us. To continue this strategy to reduce our retirement costs, it's an opportunity. We need to work with our JPM members to find ways to, if not reduce costs, to contain them. And the public safety measure, again, huge. So I'm about to go into a little bit about pension liability. I wonder if there's might be a time to stop to see if you have any questions or comments you'd like to make thus far.
Thank you, Krista. It's on. Oh, you can't hear me? Thank you for the, the budget presentation. I just wanted to make a comment that while we're seeing this surplus of building activity, which is welcome, I think we should recognize the importance in that building activity in increasing property tax revenue and also meeting our RENA goals that we will have to meet in the 6th cycle. So if the town council adopts policies that are more favorable towards development, it's a benefit to overcoming some of these shortfalls that you're forecasting, because we will see higher levels of property tax revenue on new assessments of these properties. We'll have more building inspections. We'll have a more beautiful town in the long run. So I really advocate among my council members to support opening up our planning department and allowing for more development, because we rely so heavily on property taxes. And in the long run, the entire town benefits from a more beautiful town with higher property values. So I'd just like to add that into your, budget forecast, that it depends on and could be increased by improvements to our planning infrastructure.
One further caveat. There is legislation pending in Sacramento that would exempt new construction of ADUs from any increased assessment, provided that these new units were restricted to affordable housing. And this would be a long-term thing, 15 years, that they would be exempt. The League of California Cities is opposing that measure because of the impact on property tax revenues. All the jurisdictions in Marin are opposing it as well. But it's something to keep an eye on. Hopefully it will not pass, but in the present climate, it could. Otherwise, I agree completely with what Matt said. Julie.
I just have a comment on the projected FYE 2029 and the reduction in the contribution to the pension liability. I'm hoping that our revenues increase or our expenses decrease so that we will be able to make a $200,000 contribution to that. I think that should be one of our highest priorities as things shake out down the road.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor, may I proceed? Okay. Okay. What is pension liability? So unlike an IRA or a 401k, the town has a defined retirement benefit plan through CalPERS, which promises lifetime payments to retirees. The cost of these future payments is calculated using actuarial assumptions such as life expectancy and rates of return. When the actuarial assumptions do not match reality, a liability can occur. The most recent CalPERS valuation reports show an unfunded accrued liability of $5.7 million, which is an increase of $4 million from the last report, which is just a year ago, due to a performance loss of 7.5% when a gain of 6.8% was expected. So that's an example. A year ago, we were cheering because our unfunded liability had dropped so dramatically, and now here we are a year later. Sad. However, how has the town council addressed pension liability? Well, the council has been very aggressive addressing this pension liability. Since 2016, the town has made $3.2 million in discretionary payments to pay down the unfunded actuarial liability. This is in addition to what you pay in your normal rates. This is what Mayor Pro Tem McMillan was just referring to. This additional pay down every year that the council has made a big difference. In addition, the town has undertaken additional steps to mitigate pension costs. The council reduced the amortization schedules to pay down the unfunded liability from 30 years to 20 years, resulting in higher costs in the short term, but much lower costs due to significantly less interest paid in the long term. The town also stopped paying the employee share for our police officers. That employee share was 7%. The town used to pay for it. Now the employees pay their share. And then on top of that, in 2018, the police officers agreed through labor negotiations to pay 3% of the employer share of the cost. So that was significant. The police, public safety PERS costs are higher than the miscellaneous, the cost to provide PERS to miscellaneous non-public safety employees. So that's it about pension. Is there, before I get into our draft budget for 2025, do you have anything you'd like to say or questions about the pension liability?
I have a comment. Has town staff looked at potentially creating a fund instead of putting the 200,000 towards a CalPERS pay down, funding our own fund to sort of offset this liability since it's so volatile?
I'm going to ask Liz to jump in. I mean, we do have the PARs, a small amount, but yeah. So the town council did establish that kind of a fund through PARs. But right now, I think we haven't been putting money into it. It's about 70,000 in that right now. Is that correct, Liz?
That's correct.
Yeah.
We did put 400,000 into it, and for a while, Joe Chin decided that it would be better to actually put it into CalPERS, so it was transferred out of PARS.
And does it still exist today, the PARS?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
does PARS have a longer term sort of approach to investing the funds? Are you aware of its investment policy?
Yeah, it's I think I had the rates of returns for PARS.
In the staff report?
And it's okay, maybe we can take it up later and maybe in the finance committee.
It's definitely a possibility. You have to decide which is gonna give you the most benefit.
Okay, maybe we can take it up in the finance committee to relook at whether it makes more sense to set the money aside and let it grow ourselves versus paying down CalPERS and bring that back up to the council.
The other benefit of putting money into PARS is it's not commingled with all of the other jurisdictions that put money into the bigger pool. And so there's some safety because it's being protected. At least that's how the guys who were representing PARS pitched it to us several years ago. You have some impression of more control by putting the money there.
And I guess that maybe one of the downsides is that then you could take it out, right? Whereas once it's in PERS, it's in PERS. Anyways, we could definitely have a discussion, and I look forward to learning more about it too.
Yeah, I think on page 7, there's a little chart that talks about the performance of PARS versus the performance of CalPERS. And I think when it was decided to put the money into CalPERS, it was because CalPERS was earning a higher rate of return. Like in 21, CalPERS earned 21%. So it was something to look at for sure.
Okay. Anything else about pension for the time being? Okay. All right. So getting into our upcoming budget, the draft budget, and you all received. The first thing is just a slide that reminds us that the general fund consists of 3 funds: operating, facilities and equipment, and our emergency fund. Then new for the current fiscal year 24 is the capital projects fund, which is the town's piggy bank for its civic center, primarily its civic center project. Then we have special revenue funds that can only be spent for specific purposes: gas tax, roadway, drainage, public safety tax, and a general plan amendment. Those are separate funds for special purposes. Okay. So revenues for the coming year, we're projecting they continue to grow, but at a slower rate. So this is a year-over-year budget comparison. Property taxes are budgeted to increase 4.1%. These are projected by the Marin County tax assessor. And then we also, they're confirmed by the town's property tax consultant, which is a firm called HDL. Investment income is projected to continue to grow, 35.1% this year increase. Building revenue, as I mentioned, it's difficult to project. What's been done is we base it on a 5-year average, and we include in that average the current fiscal year. So this is similar to what our other agencies do in Marin County, and again, it's challenging to estimate that. If you notice, miscellaneous revenue appears to have a large increase, 250% year over year. This is, it's actually, that equates to a $20,000 increase, even though it says 250%. But that's revenue we receive from the EV station. We receive reimbursements from SHARP, which is the name of our workers' comp risk pool. And we also, we expect that this coming year, we might have to host the mayor and council members dinner. The last time the town did it was right before COVID, is my understanding. So December 2019, I believe. So we might have to do it this year, and we spend money on it, and we also get a little bit of revenue on it. So that is the explanation for that large increase there. So some of our highlights in revenue, 7.5% increase in total operating revenue over the previous year's budget. Property taxes continue to be largest source of revenue. The parcel tax, the public safety parcel tax, covers 18% of what we spend on police and fire expenses. The rate for the coming year is budgeted at $1,229.93 per parcel. Investment income has increased due to LAIF interest rate increasing from 2.74% in March of 23 to 4.3% in March of 24. General fund expense changes between the current budget year and next year. This is just an overview of the increase, and we'll be going through, I have a slide for each department. If you notice, The fire department increase, I explained to you. The police increase of 8.5% is mostly attributed to the addition of a new police officer position that the council approved last month. Planning and building increase is largely attributed to consultant expenses to do housing element technical things like the zoning amendments that are going to be required. Roberta Feliciano will be talking about that. And we have our consultant that is going to be working on our safety element. Okay. This next slide shows that the town has healthy reserves. The operating fund reserve policy is 30%, and that equals $3.2 million this coming year. And the draft budget projects a 4.6 million fund balance at the end of fiscal year 25. So we'll be well ahead of what we're required to do under the town's reserve policy. In addition to this, the town maintains a 1.5 million emergency reserve in a separate fund. And it's my understanding that fund was created in the 90s and has not been touched. Liz, is that correct? Thank you. Okay. The next slide just shows revenues. It displays our revenue sources that make up the town's general fund. Do you need, is there something, do you need?
Oh, so sorry, I just was going to tell the council members that in the budget book now, where if you're in tab B, these are printed out. So we're all trying to follow along.
Thank you. So when the town council chambers are modernized, you can do what several other councils have, where you have individual screens, or maybe like San Anselmo has a screen right here, which ours is so high, it'd be kind of hard to do, but some of them have individual screens that are like built into the dais so that you won't have to, yeah. Something for the council to consider. Okay, so this chart, so we're talking about revenue sources. So again, the big red one is property tax, biggest revenue source, 56%. And then revenue that's generated by the public safety parcel tax is the second largest at 9%. And then you've got a bunch of other ones. The next chart is just showing expenditures by department. So 57% of the town's expenditures are for public safety, are for police and fire. Fire in red, 32%, police in blue, 25%. Am I getting that wrong? Oh. Oops. Oh, I went to. I got it. Thank you very much. So again, 57% for public safety, and last year it was 50%, so it's gone up 7% for the reasons I've already explained, but it's significant, and we have a safe community. Yeah. Okay. This chart shows staffing, and these are full-time equivalents. The draft budget that is before you today adds the one full-time equivalent police officer and adds a 0.25 full-time equivalent to the recreation department to create a full-time recreation coordinator that can perform professional and technical duties and supervise recreation programming at a level that is needed to deliver a consistently high level of service to the department and to the community. So that's why you're seeing this increase from 22.7 full FTEs to 23.95. That's what's proposed in the budget. Okay. So what's the bottom line? So the takeaway from this chart is that the operating fund is balanced for fiscal year ending 25 as proposed in this draft budget. And the ending fund balances are healthy. If I'm going too fast, let me know. The next are some priorities for the fiscal year '25 budget. Employee retention, recruitment, training, technology. We have to have good people to do what we need to have done. And this continues, been here for 2.5 years. This has continued to be my number one challenge and opportunity, but it's a challenge for all of us when we have unfilled positions, when we have turnover in our staff. We spend a lot of time handling just getting good people on board, but then to get them trained. And so that's absolutely our number one, for me, the priority. Town facilities master plan, and these are not in order of importance, by the way. So town facilities master plan, funding plan, figuring out what's going with the Ross Valley paramedic lease, engaging an architect at some point, figuring out planning temporary relocations of the police department, of the public works building, of our planning and building staff. This is going to be the biggest project the town has ever done. And so there's a lot of work to do, a lot of work for staff and a lot of work for the council, and some work by the community to participate in this process. Beginning a robust implementation of the 6-cycle housing element, the action items. Roberta's going to go through a few slides just to give you more of a flavor of that. We need to complete the safety element. We're required to do the safety element of the general plan along with the housing element. So that needs to be done. Administratively, completing a fee study is very important. I'm about to have a consultant under contract, and they're all really busy. So they should be able to start their work in late May, early June. This is a significant work for town staff and our consulting accountant to get the information that the consultants need, and then we'll be bringing it to the council several times during the process for your input, and eventually you'll have to adopt any changes. Improving our town organization's cybersecurity. At your next meeting on May 6th, I'm going to be bringing forward a proposed contract with Marin IT. They currently provide a pretty basic level of service to the town organization, and I'm looking to double what they're doing so that we can check off what we need to be doing to protect ourselves, to improve our cybersecurity. So that is a priority. We need to continue improving emergency preparedness policies and practices. We had a nice evaluation done last year by a consultant, and we need to implement those. Continuing to focus on pedestrian safety. This is 3 areas: education, enforcement, engineering. And there's only 2 slides, I promise. Okay, second slide. We have to, this is not flashy, but we have to continuously update our records retention policy because it wasn't updated for like 10 years. And so that makes the process even harder, and we need to understand what's going on with our records, and when people request records, we need to be able to produce them. We need to scan them so we're not having to store them. So that's quite a bit of work that needs to be done, and that needs to be a priority for us. Continue to support age-friendly task force. Increasing intergenerational programming is a priority for us. We want to, big picture, we need to continue to increase outreach and community engagement. And Chief Pata has been doing a great job of that in his shop, and we're trying to do that in all of our departments. We need to facilitating Magic and Branson's redevelopment planning is important. Sometimes we have applicants to our development process that may be more experienced than others. And so these are two very important partners in our community. And so we need to give them some extra attention in this process. We always a priority to respond to council directives. Just some examples that we're going to be working on, getting some information, bringing it back to the council. Dark skies. We have some follow-up that work that needs to be done on the REACH codes. The council took a look at this about a year ago, and we still have some more work that needs to be done on those. The council a few months ago spent a little time on streamlining of the demolition. We have to bring back that to you. We also promised to bring back to the council some information about pickleball policies on pickleball on private property policies. And then we need to begin our general plan update process. So there is some funding in this budget for that. I want to be clear with the council, we're not going to be able to do this until the end of the year. Our focus is the housing element. We need to get the housing element started, all of our actions started, but we did put some funding for a consultant just to start the process. The city of San Anselmo is starting a big general plan update. They haven't updated, I understand they haven't updated their general plan for something like 30 or 40 years. So they have a huge project, and I believe it's costing them like $700,000 in consultant time. That's not including staff time or their own legal time. So I'm not saying this is what we're going to need to do here. Hopefully we can do more of a technical update, but that we're going to have to put this together, bring forward options for the council.
When does our general plan expire?
I believe it's 2025. I'm going to look to Roberta. Oh, that's correct.
It's really soon.
It is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember when we did it the last time, that was in the early 2000s. It was like a 3-year process. It was a big deal.
Yeah. We had it budgeted for this year, but we are still trying to get our housing element certified. So, yeah.
So there's a tremendous amount, and I think what you brought up, Krista, with the capacity slide of what's possible with the amount of meetings and staff time and council time. And I think that what would be really helpful, which is sort of topical for the next council meeting, is sort of understanding our subcommittees, who's assigned where, and we can talk about this. Because I think what would be most effective is if we worked in more subcommittees with staff, with 2 council members, so that it's Brown Act compliant, to sort of work through any of these issues. And what I'd encourage the mayor and the town manager to do is look at our existing subcommittees and maybe propose, like, should we create a special committee to deal with the Civic Center? Should we create a special committee to deal with technology, records retention, cybersecurity, et cetera? And then we all talk about who wants to serve on those subcommittees so we can be more nimble in meeting with town staff, giving direction, and then only coming back to the full council to sort of vote on what the subcommittee has been working on with staff. And I think that will help us tackle the amazing amount of priorities that the town has. And it will also save the full council time to really be more of a decision-making body and allow for these subcommittees to have more substantive discussions with staff to work through and hash out a lot of the issues. So I know you're looking at how to assign council members to subcommittees, but maybe it should be looked at in a larger vein, given all the priorities that we have to face, and if we need to create any other subcommittees, and also what town managers' direction might be about who would be on each of those subcommittees from the staff. So that if there is one that's on finance, for example, we know that Liz is, or it's planning, it's Roberta, and it could be a more nimble architecture to tackle this enormous challenge and also provide feedback to the staff in a more timely way so that decisions and things can move forward, progress can be made.
Yes, okay. We'll be considering this in the future and look forward to discussing this further. You know, we have had some special committees in the past. I've been on one, which was our sign ordinance. I ended up on a subcommittee of one, but I did talk to the staff and to Ben, and actually it was quite helpful. Sometimes it's not, because it's duplication, really. I mean, in other words, staff is dealing with us, but also dealing with the full council. And I think it just depends on finding what is the most efficient, best way to proceed. But it's definitely a discussion. I agree with Matt. I think we ought to have it. Julie?
Yeah, I agree for certain things, but for other things, like when the Branson issue was coming up, originally we had talked about having a subcommittee. And the feeling was that the issue was so important to the council as well as the entire community that we didn't want to have a subcommittee. We wanted the entire council to be participating, all 5 of us. So I think it depends on the issue. Like the facilities, I'm not sure. I could see a subcommittee, you know, kind of getting stuff done, but then I would hate to get a lot done and then bring it back to the council, and the council says, well, that's not our philosophy, that's not our vision, right? And so we've wasted a bunch of time. So we have to find the sweet spot.
Yeah, so maybe we can add it as an agenda item for the future council meeting on some proposed ideas from where there might be some ones that would be less controversial, like a software and technology committee, or ones that maybe are issues that people don't think that there might be some, you know, need for the full councils to weigh in on. Because I want to make sure that we can be responsive to staff and just get stuff done, just so that we can move forward, because there's going to be some really big items. And we could propose which subcommittees and discuss as a council, oh, that one makes sense, or maybe that one doesn't. But then if we at least sort of have a beginning and basis for those subcommittees and sort of have 2 of us work on certain issues and tackle them with staff, I think we'll be able to progress through this, because this is quite a tall order.
Terry?
Just a question. There's what, 4 committees now?
These are standing committees. We
Right.
have had some special committees as well. So these are just standing committees, and that's not necessarily exclusive of other committees that would be more shorter term. But the standing committees are issues that we thought might keep coming back to the council, in which some expertise might be helpful.
Because I was wondering if some of these priorities are already would be discussed within those 4 standing committees, not having to set up
Yes.
something special.
Well, for example, finance, what Matt brought up with regard to looking at these issues. Now, that is something that definitely a subcommittee could take a look at to narrow it down, at least for the full council. Public facilities, maybe yes, maybe not. It is so important, and we want to hear from every council member. Maybe we just have everybody in on that. I don't know. We are going to have to really be pretty nimble and pretty creative, given all the complications we're facing, to move this forward. And I think we all agree we do want to move this forward. All right, good.
So if I might add, is that I appreciate Councilmember Salter's comments about that and your intent, and I do appreciate that. We are going to have to be aware, though, a reminder that you do operate underneath the council manager form of government, and the town manager, and with my staff, experts, everybody in this room, we prepare. So for example, on IT software, you know, you hand it off to me, I come up with a recommendation, I bring it back to you. And we're going to have to be, what is discussed in a committee. So first of all, I do have concerns about duplication of work. And the subcommittees, if they're standing subcommittees, I believe our town attorney is going to say they're going to be Brown Act committees. That alone makes it it's a workload item. Just to have the committee meet becomes a workload item. And you are all experts, many of them experts in your field, and I will continue to seek your advice, and I'm sure you're not going to shy to give me advice or comments when we meet one-on-one. And that's something that does inform my discussions with staff as we're preparing a recommendation. But we're going to need to be careful about the council. There needs to be a consensus of the council to provide me with direction. I can't meet with 2 council members and have 2 council members direct me to do something. That's not, it needs to be with all 5 council members, and it needs to be at a noticed public hearing so members of the public can provide input into the discussion, the direction that you're planning on giving to me. So there are some gray areas, but and I really do appreciate Councilmember Salter's intent. I really do. The things that I'm putting here and the things that are in the budget, there are things that there are things that I believe and our staff believes we can get done. Now, if we have 20 people that come in and apply for big, house renovations next week, I'm going to have to work with our director and come back to you and say, we need to hire some consultants to come in and help us with the workload. If some things come up, but for the most part, what's in our budget is what we think we can do, which is why, for example, in the recreation department, I'm asking for a very modest increase in an FTE, because in order for her to get what she needs to get done, she needs that staffing resource. And you're going to see from Roberta the resources that we're asking regarding the housing element. So we can work through it all.
Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate, the design review committee that Councilmember McMillan created has created enormous efficiencies for this town council. And I would, my view is we need to find better ways of optimizing all of our time. We don't know, everything in our budget could go out the wayside with another crisis that hits the town, a flood that comes, a fire that comes. There's all the things, the unknowns. So I hope we can work in ways, and happy to work with the town attorney to find ways that we can create little breakout groups where we trust one another to sort of provide some of that direction, and have the council know that if 2 of us are working on something, that they're on that committee for a reason, and to be more nimble and efficient. So there's a whole host of ideas and proposals. You heard one town member come in and talk about Allen Avenue. I've heard lots of other items, and what I'd hate to say to anybody in the town is we don't have the capacity to do that. I'm sorry. The town council's too busy, and we're not looking at ways to become more efficient and operate more effectively. So this is a very good way to do it. We have standing committees, and we can work with the town attorney to make sure we're doing things legally. But we have to be able to be more nimble, to be able to do the enormity that you're proposing, handle the unknowns, and then handle the new capacity that we see coming in from townspeople that have ideas about how to improve and change this town. And I do not want to go to anyone and tell them we can't do that. We don't have the capacity. So let's create that capacity in whichever way we can.
All right, well, we have some things we can work on. I think we all are aware of the need to respect the town manager, support the town manager, and stay within our role, and the town manager in her role, but I'm sure there are ways that we can refine what we're doing. Anyway, I think we probably should now move on to, I don't know where you were, Krista, but go ahead.
I am in our general government budget highlights slide. Okay, so for general government, it's an increase of 8% from the previous budget. Wages and benefits are 6.6% higher. 3%, this budget includes a 3% cost of living increase for full-time miscellaneous employees. As I mentioned earlier, our police officers are in a bargaining group, and they have a different annual increase. Our insurance is increasing. So we have $153,000 allocated to the departmental budgets for that. Outside services are 12% higher than the prior year. This is due to our legal services. Costs for that are going up due to a rate increase, but also just the amount of time that they're spending in this past year, in particular, work on the housing element. They did a lot of work on our elections. We brought the parcel tax to the council a couple of times. We also had a couple of claims that they've been spending quite a bit of time on. So our computer support services will be increasing $35,000. That's dependent upon the town council approving a contract that I'm bringing forward at your next meeting. And then a fee study, we are estimating it's going to cost $35,000. The general government budget also includes a contribution to the Community Homeless Fund in Marin County of just under $10,000. I also wanted to point out that we have, in the new budget, the pay for the treasurer has been eliminated, and this was at the council's direction last year. He will be, one of the things that I need to bring forward is I'm going to be bringing forward a recommendation to the council to assign the treasurer function to the town manager, who's also the director of finance. But that needs to come to the council in a meeting, and I'll be doing it at one of your near-term meetings. So pay for the treasurer will continue until that action is taken place. But we have enough money in our budget for that, for a few months of that. Moving on to the fire department. Their budget is actually not finalized, the Ross Valley Fire Department, but we have a good idea. And those expenses are budgeted at $3.2 million, 13.6% increase. Let's see, I've already mentioned the next one. The fire department budget, the biggest chunk of it by far is our contract with, is our member dues, so to speak, to Ross Valley Fire Department, JPA. But that budget also includes 2 line items for $60,000 for wildfire defensible space programming and wildfire local prevention. This is usually vegetation management is what it's been thus far. And those expenditures of $120,000 are 100% funded by the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. And that revenue that we get is included in another line item, which is intergovernmental revenue. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Question about Ross Valley hiring a full-time fire chief and a battalion chief. When was that decision made? Because this is the first that I've heard about it. Maybe I was asleep.
Throughout this winter, spring, they've brought back, they've had a study done of governance options, and the board originally gave direction to start working on a shared services agreement with Central Marin Fire, but Central Marin Fire is not interested at this time to enter into a shared services agreement. They were only interested in starting to share fire prevention services. That's the fire marshal service. And right now, the Ross Valley Fire Department needs to, that's the least priority. There's still an opportunity to have shared services in that area in the future, but for the time being, they need to focus on the station is going to be closing in a year. They have to focus on moving the firefighters and the apparatus to their other 2 stations that need to be upgraded in order to accommodate the new firefighters and the new equipment. And they need to focus on getting that 3rd firefighter on every, so they had enough on their plate without going into, so after they kind of let that go, the board, there are actually not that many options left for them. And so the board decided to go with their own department, and that would require a full-time chief and a full-time battalion chief. They were paying for those services before, but they were paying Marin County Fire to provide those command staff services. Now, of course, it's always going to be more expensive, right? So to do this, it's more expensive. But Marin, it wasn't an option to go with Marin County. Marin County Fire just said, no, we can't do it anymore.
So is the current interim fire chief going to be the fire chief, or is there going to be a search?
They've decided to negotiate with him.
Okay, thank
So they
you.
haven't made the appointment yet, but they're focusing on negotiating with him.
Okay, and the battalion chief will be an internal candidate too, or?
I think it'll be an internal candidate is usually, I think that's the way that it'll go, but they haven't made the decisions yet.
And apologies, Julie McMillan, do you serve on this committee? Who's our representative?
Currently, it's Elizabeth Robbins and a vacancy. I am the alternate, and probably I will be moving to the fire board to replace Elizabeth. This is, yes.
Anything else about the fire department budget? Okay.
Sorry, just one thing, town manager, I think Terry and I both would love to reschedule our meeting to just.
Oh, yes. Thank you for the reminder. Yes. Reschedule fire. Okay. Okay, ready for police? And we do have staff here in case you don't need to hear from me, but I thought I would just go through it, and then if you have any particular questions, we certainly can call the chief up.
Krista, before you continue.
Yes, sir.
Would anyone like a break? We will be taking a lunch break pretty soon, but everyone okay? All right, yes.
This is actually the last part of my slides. We do have Roberta having a few slides, and then we'll be done, and then done with our stuff. Then we have the discussion about RPOA and age-friendly requests, and then, of course, the all-important capital improvement program. Okay. So for the police department, expenses are budgeted at 2.4 million. That's an 8.5% increase. And as I mentioned before, that's largely attributed to their increase from 8 positions, full-time positions, to 9. This represents 25% of our operating fund. Let's see. Dispatch service costs are budgeted at 75,000. This is going up 8% than prior year, and this is we have a contract in place with the town of Fairfax to provide dispatching. So this is a contractual obligation. In the budget is the purchase of a hybrid electrical vehicle, which is $90,000 because that includes quite a bit of money to do all the outfitting the converting that needs to be done to make it a operating patrol vehicle. And that funding is actually included in the facilities and equipment fund. They're going to continue community engagement events. They have a new software to allow secure remote access to police records and a call status by supervisors, and that annual cost is $3,000. So that's something the chief strongly recommended, and so we've included. And it also includes a mobile radar unit at $8,000. Those are just the highlights in the budget for the police department. I can go into Public Works, or would you like to?
I have one question on police. There was a computer and telecom maintenance that has been about $12,000 per year that is not included in the budget. I'm curious what happened.
What happened is we had a little bit of money in different departments for our IT contractor, which is Marin IT. And with our proposed contract that's coming forward, we just realized it needs to be in one pot. And so we can manage it. We were kind of divvying up the charges to different, and it was hard to figure out, well, how much money are we spending on this? So that is the reason why. So the amount that's in the administrative budget has gone up.
Okay, so the part of that increase is that you're allocating away from the under departments.
Right, so the net increase, the contract that's going to come before you is 35,000. That's the net increase just for ongoing work. That's not for hardware. Is that correct, Liz? It's correct.
Thank you.
Always get that atta girl. Okay. Public Works, their expenses are budgeted at 1.1 million. That's 5% more than the prior budget. The 8% higher for the prior year includes a step increase. And so this is a department that has 3 employees. So if you have a small increase, it does translate into a higher percentage increase. And they are lucky to have the animal services contract is in their budget. And we contract with it's ultimately with Marin Humane, but it goes through the county for our animal control services. And they're 11% less than the current fiscal year, and it's not because they're doing us any favor, it's because part of the formula for the annual rate adjustment is based on calls for service. So we've had fewer calls for service than the current year. So Public Works continues to maintain our buildings, our land, our streets, and our trees, these that are owned by the town. And the costs of $324,000 are 9% more than the prior budget. Fortunately, these costs are partially offset by funding we get from Marin County Parks, Measure A Parks, $23,000. We also get about $25,000 from Ross School for the use of the common and field rentals. So our costs have also increased, because of the tree inventory and tree management. We've made a concerted effort to maintain our tree canopy better than has been maintained in the past. The budget also includes funds for the post office parklet. And that was parklet in the master plan. That was put in the master plan. Terry is looking at me with a question, so I'm going to ask Rich Simonich to come up and give you some more info, because I actually wasn't here when the plan was created. Rich?
So you want to know about the post office parklet?
Yeah.
I've never heard it called that, but
Yeah.
So
I hadn't either. I don't know how. It just like miraculously appeared.
it's
But
good enough. So part of the Ross Common master plan that we approved, I think last year, or a year and a half ago, included a small area of the lawn just off and in front of the post office. Currently, people use it for dog park. So it's only going to be about a 20-foot wide strip of probably decomposed granite. We're going to put a bench or two in there, very minor type improvement, but we wanted to do something where people can have a place to sit in that lawn area. So very small amenity, but it should look nice, and we'll get that done hopefully this year. Thank you.
Hey, Rich, while you're up there, one question I had on the budget is the water line item. Is that for all of the parks, or is that included in the maintenance of each individual line item?
Is this the operating fund we're talking about?
No, in the Public Works budget.
yeah, an operating.
Okay. Water is just the domestic water meters that we use for fire, the Public Works building, this building, and our offices, and irrigation around here. The irrigation on the common, you should probably know, and Frederick Allen Park is from groundwater wells. So we just pay for electricity to water all of that area. So yeah, those are just our domestic meters that serve our irrigation and drinking water and that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And when this item comes forward to the council, there might be, I've heard different people have different ideas for what could occur next to the post office. So we want to make sure there's an opportunity for the council to discuss it and for the public to provide input. Okay. I only have one slide for each department. Okay, recreation. Expenses of $843,000 are 0.5% more than the prior budget. Adult class revenue is budgeted to be 66% higher, due primarily to pickleball classes. It's been a really popular recreation activity, and our courts there have been very popular, and we don't receive any complaints from people that live around them. Wages are budgeted at 6% higher due to a COLA for full-time staff and a reorganized staffing structure. Website and registration fees are budgeted 33% lower due to a change in registration software and a website management. Go team. Special events include the July 4th and the town dinner events. Those are budgeted at $21,000. And we just want to point out that the budget does include custodial service to include the cleaning of Ross School restrooms for intermittent community use on the weekends. That was a program the council put in place, I think in the spring of 2022, and has been successful. Okay. Planning and.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Each one of these, I had a little questions.
Don't be sorry, that's what this is for.
Maureen,
Yes.
On recreation, I saw the credit card processing fees are a lot, obviously. And I'm wondering with the new software, if there's possibility to do, debit versus credit to try maybe save in credit card processing fees.
So with right now we have an additional fee when a customer registers online using a credit card. There is a fee that is tacked on that is called a registration fee. So then we will not have to front that fee. So that is currently happening. We just launched our new registration software yesterday. So it is happening.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
I just have a comment too. I just wanted to commend you, Maureen, and your staff for saving and expanding the aftercare program. I don't know if you guys were aware, but that was kind of it was on the verge of being canceled, and I think it's great that it's been salvaged and it's so successful. So thank you.
Thank you.
I would join in that. We had our moments when we wondered whether this was going to be viable. And thanks to support from the parents, but also your efforts, it's really turned around. And now it's a great program again. So thank you.
And I also want to note our member of the community, Mrs. Coates, who she donated over $30,000 to the town, and to put in our new program for fee assistance. And maybe, Maureen, you could just let the council know who's been taking advantage of that program.
Great call, Krista. So with the Coates donation, we were able to establish the fee assistance program. And right now that is currently being utilized by our Ross School District staff members, as well as we've extended it to our Kentfield School District staff members as well. So right now, primarily, it is being used by our local schools.
Thank you.
Is that something that's going to be continued, that wonderful donation?
Yes, we are actively accepting contributions to that line as well. But as long as we have funds for our fee assistance program, we will be promoting the program.
Okay. Good. All right. Yeah. Now we're down to planning and building. So their budget is 15.5% higher than the prior budget, and that's primarily due to the increase in consultant expenses for the housing element and the safety element. Wages and benefits are 5% higher due to step increases, our cost of living increase, and we have put in the budget $30,000 for part-time staffing to assist with housing element implementation tasks. These are the tasks that aren't as technical workshops. In fact, Roberta's going to go through it in the next couple of slides. Planning consultants include $175,000 for the general plan update. That's paid for by a transfer from the general plan update fund, which is good. And then $75,000 to consultants to assist with these more technical action items that are required in the new housing element zoning, such as zoning amendments. So we just have a handful of slides that I've asked Roberta just to talk about about the housing element, and then that's done with my presentation is primarily done. Would you like to do that, or would you like?
Just one question. On the budget, there was a temporary part-time wages. Is there a new position being created?
No, this is for planning and building.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's part-time wages. That just gives us ability to, our intent is to utilize, for example, UC Berkeley has a Grizzly intern program, which are primarily graduate students that they're paid a modest amount of money and can come and work on, or we're also going to be reaching out to urban planning programs at Bay Area colleges for people that are interested in housing. So we can hire them to come in and do this kind of lower hanging fruit kind of, there's so many things that are in our housing element, and some of them are more tangible. They're updating checklists and doing workshops and improving the website and things like that. So that would pay. So it's to help us be more nimble and have people come in maybe just for the summer or for just fall semester.
Great.
So we wouldn't have, the only benefits, there would not be PERS positions unless they're for some reason already a member of PERS.
Yeah,
The
no, I just
intent-
thought it's this temporary part-time wages.
Yeah.
Now that makes total sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The MWPA has had
Yes.
Grizzly Fellows basically since its inception, and some of them have become full-time employees of the MWPA, and they've all been amazing, really smart, really efficient,
Right.
great people. So
Good.
I think that's a great thing to do.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just echoing that, Roberta, I don't know if you're a member of ULI, is a great organization. And there's also the MRED program at UC Berkeley that has internships for their master's program that we could also look towards.
That's the Urban Land Institute?
Urban Land is ULI, and then there's an MRED program. It's a master's program at UC Berkeley. It's a one-year master's program where they have interns every year. They look for internships.
Yeah, great. Okay. And
So-
I'll ask Robert, do you want?
Yes, let's
And
hear
then we'll
from
get that done, and then
Roberta,
you can have
then
some lunch?
Maybe take a lunch break, and then we'll come back and resume with capital improvements. Roberta.
Good afternoon, Mayor Kircher. I think I can go through, and council members, these slides in less than 10 minutes. I think you've seen most of this before. So what is a housing element? It's one of the 8 elements of the general plan, along with land use, circulation, open space, conservation, safety, noise, and environmental justice. In essence, it is the town's plan for addressing local housing needs. And what are the components or the key components of that plan? So it includes an inventory of available sites for housing in the town. It includes a projection of number of housing units that could realistically be accommodated on each site identified. It also includes an assessment of local housing needs, potential constraints to housing, and fair housing issues. And then it does also include a program of actions that need to be addressed, including the needs, constraints, and fair housing issues. So why update the housing element? By law, each jurisdiction in California must update its housing element every 8 years to plan for the 8-year cycle and account for changing demographics and market conditions. So jurisdictions that fail to adopt a certified housing element may be subject to penalties and fines. Next slide, please. So here's just a quick milestone and schedule. As you remember, the 2023 to 2031 housing element was adopted by the town council on May 31st, 2023. And then there were some subsequent amendments, and it was readopted in December of last year. Since then, staff did receive a comment letter on January 11th, and we have since been working with HCD staff to make the amendments required in order to get certification of the housing element. To finalize, we did post those amendments on the town page and emailed the interested parties list on April 11th. The 7 days ended on April 18th. And then this item will be going back to the council in your next meeting on May 6th to consider the adopted amendment. And then it'll go back to HCD for review and fingers crossed certification. Next slide, please. So what are the penalties for noncompliance? The town of Ross is legally required to adopt and implement the housing element that complies with state law. And failure to do so can result in decertification, lawsuits, fines, and penalties. So it also could limit access for the town to state funding, including local roadway maintenance and capital improvements, as well as some of the planning grants that have assisted with updates to the housing element. There could also be court-imposed fines, up to $600,000 a month, mandated compliance, suspension of local control on building matters, various court approvals of housing developments, and possible exposure to the builder's remedy. So HCD does utilize the annual progress report, which came to you in March of this year, to measure the town's performance in implementing the housing element. And you saw in that APR in March that 3 units were constructed in 2023. They were all ADUs. Next slide, please. So this is really small, but the next few slides are going to outline the Housing Action Plan programs. The first group is going to be a bunch of code amendments that Diet and Batia will be assisting planning staff with. That'll happen, fingers crossed, this year. That includes changes to the conditional use permits, multi-unit developments, the ADU ordinance, et cetera. We're also going to work together to achieve the town's housing goals. That includes some of the more straightforward tasks, like updating the website, disseminating fair housing information, so creating sort of flyers and education material that we can then send to the town, maintaining and enhancing existing housing. So that's the streamlining of the design review process, SB 9 housing, enforcing some of the zoning and building codes, a housing overlay. And then the next slide, please. This is the same slide, but it shows you in green sort of the targeted action items and when they need to be done. So some of them are ongoing. So you'll see that we'll be doing, for instance, SB 9 housing and promoting that throughout the 8-year housing cycle. So from 2023 to 2031. Next slide, please. This is, again, that same slide, just showing the 2031 dates for those items. And then here we have use our land effectively to increase the range of housing options and to meet the housing needs for all economic segments of the community. And the first line item there that's really small is the Civic Center Facilities Master Plan. So part of the Facilities Master Plan does include 9 affordable housing units on that site. And so there are going to be a host of items that we will be needing to milestone to get to that. Program H4 includes providing housing for special needs populations. So that includes emergency housing. H5 is the proactive energy conservation and waste reduction activities in all residential neighborhoods. There's an annual review to that, tracking of ADU and JADU trends, and certainly ensuring that we're able to meet the town's RHNA numbers. Next slide, please. So the Civic Center Master Plan, those efforts are going to continue through 2027. And then as far as providing housing for special needs populations from 2027 on to 2031, we do need to utilize and support available rental assistance programs. So that's, again, going back to ADUs and promoting those. H5 is the same thing, just making sure the sites can meet our RHNA, tracking the ADUs, making sure that our annual progress reports are pointing to the fact that we can potentially meet the 111 housing units required in the town's RHNA. Next slide, please. Again, this is just the 2031 slide, so supporting rental assistance programs as part of that, and then the ADU trends and making sure we're meeting RENA. So lastly, this is all to sort of outline the resources that planning staff does need in order to implement the host of action items required by the state for the housing element. And so as Krista had mentioned, we are including $30,000 in the draft budget for part-time support through either an internship or just a part-time position to implement straightforward action items such as checklists, workshops, website improvements, flyers, educational material. And then the planning consultant line item does include $75,000, and that would be for the consultant to complete technical actions such as the zoning code amendments and anything else that's needed. Furthermore, it will require significant dedication and hours by me to just complete some of the streamlining of the design review process, managing the consultants and part-time support, and overseeing the overall housing element implementation. And just lastly, I want to add that future budget years may require additional resources. And that's all of the slides. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone has any regarding the housing element.
Is there any grant funding available to help us pay for all this meeting the housing element?
I am not aware of any specific state. I mean, some of the grant program that I mentioned earlier, SB2 and LEAP programs, one of them, the LEAP program, I believe, we used some of the money to do a little bit of work on ADU in the past. But we've chosen, because you need to spend that money by a certain amount of time, and so we want to get all of that money, so we've used it towards our housing element consultants. So maybe the state, are you aware of any that the state is coming out with yet?
I'm not, but we did this year receive our reimbursement for the SB2 grant, and I think that was $160,000. We still have 65 for LEAP, but then again, our consultants were already over $400,000 in the housing element work.
I think it's important that residents understand how expensive it is for us to comply with the housing element, and that money is coming directly from our budget. And it's not something that we're being made whole on from the state. They're compelling us to do it. We have to pay for it, for the majority of it. And I think I wish I would have had that information before the parcel tax election, because I think it emphasizes how critical the parcel tax is in order to meet our budget with all this extra stuff going on. So maybe a morning after article or something just to quantify the stress on our budget from
Great idea,
complying.
Roberta.
Thank you, Roberta.
Thank you.
Also known as unfunded mandates, a big issue when I worked for the legislature 1,000 years ago. And here we are today, still dealing with unfunded mandates. It's easy for the state to create these programs and then push it all down to us and then not pay for it. It's unfortunate. Don't ever miss an opportunity to remind our legislators of that.
Yeah, so with that, if it's not too much trouble, Liz, maybe break out a line item. So right now it says, consultants planning, but maybe if we could track these expenses that are specifically related to the housing element, so that we're tracking them from last year, this year, going forward, so we have it as a separate item that we can always point towards in the history of how much this initiative has cost.
Yeah, and I guess I would also add a paragraph to the article about if we don't comply, what are the ramifications? Why it's so important, even though it's so expensive, why it's necessary that we have to comply.
Yes, there are financial penalties, and there is also the possibility of litigation. We'd have to spend money to defend ourselves and our position. So of course, we don't want to go there. if we can avoid it. And we will, in good faith, do our very best to comply, but this is a very difficult program. And as Roberta's presentation indicates, there are a lot of items here, and we're not done yet. The state still has not signed off on this, hopefully during our lifetimes. All right.
Before the next cycle starts.
Oh, God, please.
So I'd like just to emphasize the last bullet point is that future budget years may require additional resources. So some of our neighboring cities, so for example, Fairfax has added a full-time position to deal with housing. Now, part of that person's time is going to be spent, they have a rental housing ordinance, right? And they are going to be receiving some revenue from their licensing program or registration program. So they do have a modest source of revenue for it, but I didn't want to go straight out the bat at that. So we're going to see what we can do with our existing staff. But then again, part of it depends on the level of development applications we get, because Roberta is a working manager. So we have one planner, and we have, who is Alex. And then Roberta is also a working planner, so she has development projects that she has to process in addition to managing the whole department, including building. So we're going to see how it goes this year, and we'll check in with the council. It's a good idea Councilmember Salter has about tracking our housing element-related expenses, and we will just check in with you, see how it's going, and we might have to come back at some point and ask for more resources. But this is a significant part. This is what one of our main focuses is on this. And it's not just planning and building. We have all of our administrative staff and public works that are part of this team that is going to need to put these action items in place.
Terry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Roberta, it may be in here, but those slides with all of the tasks over all of the years that have to be done, is that in here?
It might not be, but I can share the PowerPoint.
I think that would be great, because it's a lot, given the number of staff. So, yeah.
Thank you.
One more question. Is that meeting all those tasks and everything, is that going to require a lot more legal work from Ben's firm? Or are we pretty much done with the legal work?
No,
To
I mean,
Iman.
all the zoning, I mean, we staff, that was listed on our accomplishments, the zoning amendments that had to take place to facilitate workforce housing at Branson. We were required to do those by the end of January. And we were still having discussions with them, if you recall. So we actually it was on, I think, 3 different council agendas. And every step of the way, we had legal expenses related to that legislation, but also negotiating with their attorney, who was very involved. So, I mean, hopefully these other zoning amendments won't be as
Contentious.
exactly contentious. Hopefully they won't be as contentious, but if we need to, and luckily they are they're a law firm that they've given us very good support on that. So we expect to have continuing legal expenses.
Yeah, so maybe, again, if we could break out in the budget.
We do, yeah.
Like legal fees associated with this, plus all the planning consultants, just so we can keep this tracked as a separate item.
Yeah, sure. Okay, well, Mayor and Council, thank you, Roberta. That does it for my staff report, our presentation, until we get to the capital improvement program. So I suggest if anybody's hungry.
What about the RPOA and the age-friendly?
You could do that now, or you could do that after your lunch break.
Why don't we do it right after we come back?
Okay.
Is there anyone here now who would be leaving? Certainly we're not. All right, then we'll just take a lunch break now.
Okay.
And then we'll come back and do that, and then capital improvements, and then wrap it up.
Okay.
Okay.
How
So what
long
do
would you
think?
like to?
About a half an hour? Is that enough for everybody? Check your email, get some lunch, et cetera.
Okay, so come back at 12:55?
Um,
Oh, it's bypass.
Come back at 12:53.
Well, I was going to say, yes, 12:53 and 30 seconds, and that would be Pacific time.
Okay,
And
so we
that's
can make
universal
sure
time minus 8 hours, daylight savings.
Elizabeth Robbins knows too, so,
Okay,
Yes, I will return.
okay.
thank you.
Sounds good, and let's then take a break and also make sure that our Zoom is off. You ready, Cindy? Okay. All right, then let's resume. And what is next? Rich, are you up, or are we going to discuss our POA and age-friendly? Yeah.
Take my last sip of my soda. Okay. So item number 7 on the agenda is town council consideration of, oh, we should make sure that Councilmember Robbins is.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Consideration of requests for fiscal year ending 2025 funding from Age Friendly Task Force and Ross Property Owners Association, and provide direction to staff regarding the amount of funding to include in the budget. So their requests are part of there's a staff report for them. And the Age Friendly Task Force is asking for the same amount of funding for this year. $8,000. And our recreation manager, Maureen Borthwick, is here if you have any questions about the age-friendly requests. It's important to note that these are just for some direct expenses regarding some of their events. It doesn't include the amount of time. The recreation manager spends about 10 hours a month on coordinating and working with the task force, et cetera. And that is not part of this. So that's an in-kind contribution. And then second, the RPOA request for 2025 is for $27,000. That's a $2,000 decrease from last year. And it consists of, for the town to provide $8,000 towards their holiday decorations and lights on the common, for the hanging flowers, for some new banners in downtown Ross on the light poles, 3 live on the common events, 1 in August, 1 in October, and 1 in spring of 2025. Winterfest, and new for this year is a request to help fund and co-sponsor their Spring Fling event, which this year was supposed to be held at Magic, but had to be canceled due to weather. And that's just a quick summary for you. We're looking for direction of what to include in the budget.
I think this all looks great. I think all of the events are wonderful. The only suggestion that I would make is on the RPOA request, given that we're getting a $2,500 credit from last year, perhaps that should be shown at the bottom, so that really, I think we're being asked for $29,500, but we're only paying $27,000 because of the carryover from last year. That's my suggestion.
And then I have a comment also. The RPOA has brought such great events to the town. And I think that, the town contributing to the budget is terrific. I spoke with Jeff earlier this week and pointed out that unlike prior years where the town has just funded or contributed to the events like Live on the Common, and RPOA has fully funded all of their other events, this year RPOA is asking the town to fund part of virtually everything. And Jeff said that that's the way they would like it, and I think that's totally fine. But I think that has to change RPOA's messaging, because in all of the messaging, in much of the messaging, there's no hint that the town is also playing a role in this. And if we are, I mean, RPOA should get credit. They have wonderful, they're doing a wonderful job. But if the town is funding all of these things, then, or is contributing, then the town needs to be recognized for everything. So for example, when there's fundraising that says, we have flower baskets, it has to be, we in the town have flower baskets. And when there's an ad for Alive on the Common, it's got to be RPOA, and the town are funding this. For example, there was an email today from RPOA that promoted an age-friendly event. But actually, I don't think RPOA funds that event. So I think that it's a kind of nitpicking, except that the events are wonderful, the beautification projects are wonderful, but I think if the town's contributing to each of them, then the town should get recognized for each of them.
I'll just speak on behalf of RPOA since I came from that organization. Much of the marketing does say who the co-sponsors are, but I'm sure the organization could do a better job. On the age-friendly issue, RPOA actually does support the age-friendly with contributions to the events that are put on as well. So I don't think all the items that are proposed on the budget are all of the expenses. There are some things that RPOA does that they do not ask the town support for.
Okay.
I could just add too, I think in, Elizabeth, you were talking about the announcement that just came out about an age-friendly event.
Right.
On the Ross Property Owners Association website, that we really asked them to do that. The age-friendly task force asked them to do that as a way to get information out. So they help publicize the age-friendly events.
Okay.
Yeah, and just so then speaking to the actual budget, I would just propose $30,000 as a round number and $10,000 for age-friendly. Just to note, we heard that the last age-friendly event went a little over budget, and the RPOA is helping fund that difference. So I think both of these, I think we all agree, are great organizations, and helping them with a little extra funding to continue their good work is a wonderful benefit to our townspeople.
I have one tiny other comment. And again, it's not to be critical of the events because they are so well received in the town, but I think we want to be careful not to turn anything into a marketing event. So at one of the age-friendly, there were pens that had, real estate information on it. And it almost looked like one of the sponsors was sort of doing marketing at the event. And I think we love the sponsorship and the recognition of the sponsors, but I don't think we want marketing, just to rein that in a bit.
In other words, no naming rights for the Ross Common. Sorry. Johnson, did you have a comment?
Yes, I'm just to follow up on Councilmember Robbins' comment about kind of just acknowledgement of the town's contributions, is for the RPOA events, they do put the logos of the various agencies on the actual flyer, which is good. But what I have noticed, so for example, in the concerts, in some of them, there's somebody that comes in and serves as an MC. I haven't seen it in all of them, but where they're thanking, I've been to some where the person that's serving as MC is thanking people for it, and absolutely, there's volunteerism is fantastic, but there hasn't been mention of the town. And so I think that maybe it's not just the flyers, but when speaking out at events is just to comment on it. I think that would probably be received well by some folks.
I have a comment too. I thought this past weekend, the events were amazing. That Taylor Swift thing was over the top, and the spring dinner was fantastic too. I had such a great time there. But I think in the future, it would be great if both of those events are not on the same weekends. because it's too much for me.
I just want to make one other comment. I really appreciate, Elizabeth, what you were saying. I think it does make sense that, I mean, the town contributes to like the age-friendly events. We need to make sure that it's really publicized, that the town is really part of all of these great events that are going on in Ross, whether it's with RPOA or the age-friendly. So, yeah.
And one last comment about age-friendly. So for the RPOA events on the Common, there's always this age-friendly component with tables set up at the side. And I have to say that's a huge success. There's a whole generation of Ross residents who don't have children in the school and aren't sitting on the lawn listening to the music, but they love coming to the events and they love seeing each other. And the way the tables are set up at the side, this whole group of people, meet and converse and network and have a wonderful time at the events. And it was just a brilliant idea on the part of RPOA to set up tables for it's called age friendly, but basically it's those of us who, aren't sitting on the grass with our school age kids. It's a great benefit.
And we want to thank Public Works for making that happen.
All right, yeah, terrific events. Thanks to everyone who was involved. And thanks to both Age Friendly and RPOA, just a huge contribution to the town. We do run, we are a small town. We have a small staff, we have limited revenues, and our volunteers and organizations like RPOA and Age Friendly just really contribute so much to our civic life and our town life. And well, we had a lot of fun. All right, does anybody else have anything else on this? Krista?
So I guess I'm looking for direction on the amount of money to include in the budget. You did hear from Councilmember Salter has made a suggestion that was not what was requested by the organization. So I just want to make sure that I'm hearing direction from what's the consensus of the council. RPOA has requested 27,000. Age Friendly has requested 8,000, and then you heard from Councilmember Salter. What's the consensus of the council?
I would just stick with what's requested and what we've all been reviewing, unless there's some change today or, this week that makes us change the amount.
Yeah, I wish we were flush with lots of money and we could, give people more money to put on more things. But I think, as even evidenced by the elimination of the treasurer position, which only saves $3,000, we're constantly looking for ways to be frugal and cost-effective. So if RPOA or Age Friendly needs more money next year, then they should come with a bigger amount next year. But I think for right now, given what they've asked for, that would be my recommendation. Stick to what they've asked for.
Well, sorry, let me just bring up one thing. Is it possible for these organizations to come throughout the year if they need further requests? The reason I'm asking is I helped, before I joined the council, put together this budget, and some items, particularly for RPOA, were eliminated because some of the post office upgrades, for example, since the post office hasn't signed a lease with us, the town manager and the president of RPOA decided, hey, maybe we take these off because we don't have clarity there. So I just want to make sure there is a chance that if things change throughout the year, that these organizations can come back to council and ask for further funding if we have more clarity on some of the items they originally proposed.
So first, the organizations could always come under public comment at every council meeting and make a request, and then it would be up to council members to follow up on that. So in order to, or they could make a request, they could send an email, for example, to the whole council. But I would be looking for, there would need to be at least 2 council members that are asking me to agendize that for council discussion. The post office is a little bit of that's kind of a little bit of a separate situation, that I hope that we are able to reach agreement with the post office and we can have that discussion. But And in a bigger picture, it's a best practice is to encourage community groups to come forward as part of your annual budget process, because then the council has the opportunity to make to consider this within the context of the whole budget. And that's kind of why, like, for example, we had some folks from Allen Avenue who came during the year to one particular council member, and my response was, well, it's better to have them come as part of the budget process, which they have, and you'll hear from Rich in a minute about that. So that would be, but it really is, it takes two of you to put something on the agenda and about this or anything. And then it's up to the mayor and the mayor pro tem and I to actually schedule it for when the council, it can be placed on the council agenda.
Okay, it all makes sense. I just wanted to bring that up since not the full council was aware that some items were eliminated due to uncertainty.
All right, well, if there are no further comments or questions, then why don't we go ahead and move on to the next and final item.
So we have Rich here, Rich Simonich, our Public Works Director, to go through a brief slide presentation regarding the draft 5-year capital improvement program, also known as the CIP. Based on the discussion of the council, an updated final version of the CIP will be included for adoption in your fiscal year 24-25 budget document, which is scheduled to come back to the council on June 13th.
Thank you, Krista. And it should update here. Here we go. Okay, thank you, Mayor Kircher, Mayor Pro Tem McMillan, and new council members. Rich Simonich, Public Works Director. Happy to be here today to go over the 5-year capital improvement plan and discuss some of the projects that we have already in the pipeline, and then we will have a little opportunity to discuss some other projects that with the interest of the council moving forward on, I have a list of them. We can kind of take a look at them. Give me an idea if we want to look at them now, start moving forward with them, maybe put them in the pipeline, start forward planning on those sort of things. So we can discuss that as I move forward in my presentation. So just kind of an interesting picture here on the first slide. This is the Safe Pathways project. Path ends here, but hopefully we're going to move that sign a little bit further down the road in the coming years. We could discuss that a little bit. All right. So the town goals and the CIP, Krista went over the town goals. So the Public Works Department and the Capital Improvement Program, we address and work with all of these town goals as part of our foresight as we move forward. But the two that stand out for the Capital Improvement Program is by monitoring the expenditure of the funds, we want to sustain financial responsibility and stability, and maintain and improve infrastructure and facilities. That's the main goals of properly managed capital improvement program. So the capital improvement plan identifies improvements and expenses through fiscal year 2028. We update the CIP forecasts as part of the annual budget process for the current or the next fiscal year. Plus we manage the various funds as we look forward 5 years down the road. And it's a dynamic document. It changes from year to year. And since I've been here for the 8 years, each year changes a little bit as new projects become apparent and capital needs change throughout the process. So here's what we completed in the last 5 years. Starting in 2020, we had our pavement program, the Northeast and Walnut Avenues over there off of Lagunitas. We paved Bolinas Avenue in a joint contract, pavement contract with San Anselmo. That worked out really well. We did resurface the tennis courts, and we upgraded the seismic strength of the town hall. In 2021, we continued our pavement program with Thomas Court. We did a well rehab on the wells for Roscommon and increased the capacity. It's just an incredible amount. The wells hadn't been serviced for so many years, and the reports coming back are we're able to keep, as long as the groundwater levels are maintained, we can continue to get that lawn staying nice and green. We implemented the town hall audio-visual video system, and we did some improvements in the parking lot and put in the drinking fountain at Natalie Coffin Green Park with the help of RPOA. Moving on to 21-22, we finished the Roscommon Pathways. That was a great project, turned out really well. Our paving program included Redwood, and we did some work on the Bolinas curb and gutter under our drainage contract, our drainage program. 23, we completed the common pathways, paved Fernhill Avenue, and then just recently we've finished Laurel Grove Phase 2A, it should actually say, and then the Shady Lane El Camino Bueno drainage project. Major projects looking forward. So, and these are, this is kind of not the slide I want to stop at, but eventually we want to sit down and kind of talk about what we are doing moving forward. But these are kind of set in stone and already vetted projects, except for the Allen Avenue pedestrian project, which we hopefully can get vetted today. So 2025, next year coming up, we want to do replace the pedestrian bridges at Natalie Coffin Green Park with some prefabricated steel bridges, which we're going to be bringing to design ADR, I think, next month to kind of start discussing what we want to do with those PED bridges. They're such short spans that we're really limited on what types of bridges we can use, but we do want to get input from ADR and run it through our regular design review process for those projects. And we are looking at Laurel Grove Safe Routes, Safe Pathways Phase 2B, which will continue the project around the corner to just past Canyon, and that'll wrap up Phase 2 and include that last segment, which is a really kind of a touchy corner there. That'll help immensely for the kids to feel safe coming to school from that direction. Then the Allen Avenue PED. So we've been talking about this for several months, and the Chief of Police and I did go out there and kind of scope out an initial project of what needs to be done. It's also, portions of Allen Avenue do need to be repaved, so part of that can be funded from our roadway project. Well, most of it can, but it's going to take a little bit of work, some undergrounding of the storm drains, some removal of that stone wall, removal of a couple of the large oak trees. So it's not kind of a cut and dry project, but I am going to be meeting my engineering consultant out there within the next couple of weeks to kind of start scoping that one out if we get the nod today from council that we want to move forward with that particular project. Then 2026, we are looking at the Civic Center undergrounding project. That's the undergrounding of the poles around the Civic Center, extending across the Corte Madera Creek Bridge here on Lagunitas Road, and ending there, kind of in preparation for the Civic Center project that is going to be starting here around, depending on how well things go in the design and CEQA phase. I'd like to get started construction in late 2027 or early 2028. And that's kind of what I'm jumping ahead a little bit. So in 2026, we have an opportunity coming up in September. It's the new call of projects for the Safe Routes to School, the next round of Safe Routes to School funding. So there's two elements of that funding. There's a $450,000 maximum grant amount for a large Safe Routes project, and then there's $100,000 for the smaller projects, and an agency can apply for both. Kind of am looking at continuing the Safe Routes to phase 3 to extend the pedestrian pathway from the current terminus here at Canyon all the way down to Macon Grade. So we'd have a complete safe route to school for everybody on this side of Sir Francis Drake who lives here and goes to Ross School. It's actually, there's quite a bit of students that do come to school from that side of Sir Francis Drake and up on Laurel Grove and up Winding Way, and even parts of San Rafael are within the school district. I've preliminary ran this by the Safe Routes Task Force over at TAM. They love the idea of these gap closure type programs. So I think we're in a pretty good position to go for the large project to continue Safe Routes Phase 3. And if we can get a nod today, we can move forward with that kind of preliminary design, and then hopefully we can get the grant later. It's call for projects in September. We'd probably find out we have funding in early 2025, design and build probably sometime in 2026 with that next phase. So we really don't need to make the decision, but good to know if we have the council support of continuing the Safe Routes project on Laurel Grove to phase 3. And then we do have the town hall facilities coming up. And we are looking at, we're going to need to buck up and pave Sir Francis Drake one of these days, which is going to be, it's going to be a nightmare to do it. But Sir Francis Drake is falling apart, and that's going to be a major paving project. And when I start in a few slides to show you where we are with the roadway fund cumulative balance, we can see we're going to need to juggle a few projects to make Sir Francis Drake paving work. It's more logistics than cost, but the Safe Routes to School 3 project, we can't do that with just the roadway fund. We would need grant funding or start setting aside our own funds to do Safe Routes. But I brought up Sir Francis Drake to kind of get it on your radar. That's going to need to happen here in the next couple of years. And then continuing on into 2028 with the town hall facilities. Any questions so far?
I have a question.
Yeah, Bill.
So is it your opinion, Rich, that we need to do the undergrounding before we consider repaving Sir Francis Drake? That would logically, we would do that first.
Yes.
And that undergrounding would be more in the Sir Francis Drake right away than on our town property. In
Right.
other words, the fact that we might be changing the grading and the elevation of the town property would not affect the undergrounding because that's the road.
That's correct, and those are great points, yeah. So when we do underground, there's going to be a big trench cut across Sir Francis Drake over towards Laurel Grove, and there's going to be a big trench cut here across Lagunitas towards the southeast. And then we'd come through with the Sir Francis Drake paving that after. And we can do whatever we want on site. All of the underground work would be in the right of way of Sir Francis Drake and Lagunitas, which we won't be changing any of those grades. So,
thank you.
Good points.
I have a question. Rich, when we were considering the Branson expansion, we talked about having a pathway from Branson down to Fernhill.
Yeah,
Is that-
that's on my list of projects to discuss.
Awesome.
I got a slide coming up where it'd be a good time to do kind of the straw man vote on all of those things. Yes, thank you. So kind of photos of the major projects we're looking at here on the top left. This is kind of okay, that's not working. How about this thing? Well, top left, that's Sir Francis Drake. Just to kind of highlight, it's only a 2-lane roadway through Ross. It's So in order to do paving, you're going to have to do one side of the road and then you keep one lane open and then you can do the other lane. But we've seen how quickly traffic can back up with the one lane closed. So just, again, keep in mind, we need to do it and it's going to be, we're not going to be very popular during that period.
Can we do that in the summer, not during the school year?
Yes, during the summer, we also have options to do it at night too. A little bit more expensive, but we can do it at night.
And one more question, Rich. When we get to that point, when we're repaving it, is there any possibility to make the both sides of the street a bit safer, particularly what would be the eastern side of the road for pedestrians? There is a point there with that kind of curve, that blind curve, and cars cut that really close, almost forcing you to walk on the other side of the street. But if you do that, then you have to cross the street.
Right.
So, I mean, is there any room for that kind of redesign of the street, not just repaving, but a bit of a redesign?
I think definitely there is, and that would be, we also, there's been some interest in pedestrian safety, pedestrian crossing, maybe some signalization or traffic control on Sir Francis Drake in some locations. All of those would fit in great with the paving program. And we'll be talking a little bit about those here in a minute. So the top right, that's Winship Bridge. You can kind of make it out there in the background. It's fully funded by the Highway Bridge Program, federal funds, and the state bridge toll credits. So it's definitely a town project. It's on the capital improvement plan, but it's as of now, there's no impact to our drainage fund on that or any of our funds. Lower left, that's the undergrounding district here at Town Hall that I talked about. We actually had to define a undergrounding district for Rule 20A and passed a resolution to move forward on the undergrounding district. CPUC Rule 20A is it's kind of defunct now. We had, I think, $800,000 in credits that we could use towards this project, and then the CPUC took all of those away unless you were currently in some sort of in a construction project of undergrounding. They let you use them, but unfortunately, most of this project of undergrounding is going to have to come from our capital projects fund. And again, I would like to have a pointer, but I guess I don't. And then bottom right, that is our facilities option that was selected in, I think just last year, option B for the new Civic Center. So, we need to get started on an initial study and the CEQA process and hire some consultants, start looking at not only site design along the creek and environmental impacts that come with that and the restrictions on when you can actually work will really start impacting the timeline on this thing. So the sooner we get going on this project, the better. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the Capital Projects Fund here pretty soon here in a slide or two. So on to what funds the capital improvement program. So we have the roadway fund, which is primarily funded by road impact fees, and road impact fees are a percentage of the valuation of the building permits that come in through town. So someone does a tear down rebuild and it's a $10 million valuated project for construction costs. We take 1% of that into our roadway fund and 1% into the drainage fund. So it's a huge contribution to our capital improvement program funding. And I think it was discussed earlier by council where we want to promote building not only for the property tax, but also for the impact fees that come with that. The thing about impact fees is we are under oversight from the state to spend those. It's not something we can hold on to, keep these large fund balances. We want to keep spending, keep repairing our roads and repairing our drainage infrastructure. So moving on, and with other funding, we have the Transportation Agency of Marin, TAM, Measure A funds, which I think they go to vote on that every 5 or 6 years, and usually passes. It's been passing every year. We get about 50, 60,000 from that. We have the gas tax and RMRA, Road Maintenance and Rehab account, SB1. I think we get about 50 or 60,000 from that as well. Drainage fund, same thing, drainage impact fees, very helpful. But again, we need to spend that. We need to constantly each year have a good drainage and roadway project where we can spend this money as it comes in, and draw down the fund balances as well. We have the Federal Highway Bridge Program, which is funding the Winship Bridge project. And we had got some money from Flood Zone 9 to help with project management on the Winship Bridge. That's mainly expended. I think we have a few $1,000s left on that. And then we have the Facilities Capital Projects Fund, which is mainly funded by contributions, hopefully someday, some grants someday, but mainly the current funding for the Facilities and Capital Projects Fund is pulled out of our operating fund, our general fund. So here's kind of an interesting graph. This is our CIP funding. At first, I only had the roadway and drainage funds, which are the two lines you see on the bottom that are cut. And then I added the top line, which is the capital funding. So you can see the capital funding, it's currently at about $10 million. Let me see if I can zoom up on that a little bit.
Yes, thank you. And it looks like more.
If only I could figure out which button is the pointer. Oh, maybe that's it. Nope. Oh, don't want to do that. Oh, perfect. Okay. Oh, now I got to exit without destroying anything. How about that? There we go. Okay. So the top line, capital funding. Currently, I have about a $10 million balance in that, and you can see starting in fiscal year, along the bottom is your fiscal years. Starting this year and going into the next, as we move into the undergrounding project that I talked about here at Town Hall, hiring a design consultant, hiring an architect, hiring an environmental consultant, it's going to start drawing down that fund pretty quickly, and it includes somewhere in great, thank you. Somewhere around 2027, 2028, we'll start getting into construction, and that'll really start drawing it down. So this void of funding needs to be filled up, because this is just the start of construction. This is probably 50% of the expenditures of the project, and without any additional contributions from the general fund or grants or contributions, we'll be at zero. We'll be at kind of a standstill right as we're mobilizing into the heavy construction of this new facility. So that's one of our biggest capital challenges, is to get this thing funded. And we'll talk a little bit about what options we have. Down here, you see the drainage and grading, or the drainage and the roadway funds. They're at about $1 million currently. This is the fund balance, something you don't really see, and it's not really shown in the CIP figures as well. But I'm continually drawing on this, which means the cost of the projects is a little bit more than that the revenue that comes in that year. So bringing this down to about the $200,000-300,000 level is about right. It's about where we want to be. We're showing the state that we're spending our impact fees. We're not holding this $1 million balance. We're spending it and making it work, and it's kind of balancing out with the revenue that comes in from building permits and from gas tax and the rest. This is kind of the level we'd like to see it at, the $200,000 to 300,000 range, which gives us a cushion each year to do one good-sized paving project and one good-sized drainage project. When you have when you're adding projects like the Safe Routes on Laurel Grove and this Allen Avenue project, that starts causing a pretty good-sized drawdown, where unless you have good grant funding and you have these additional expenses besides just asphalt paving, that's where we start borrowing off the roadway fund to make those projects happen. But we got a pretty good balance on those roadway funds
Rich,
so far.
Quick question, sorry to interrupt you, but the drainage fees, are you referring to the fees that we get, there is a program that's going to sunset. Is that separate from the fees that have been supporting the SAFER project that is due to, it will be up for renewal, I think, in 2027 or 2028?
Yeah, so that's the flood zone 9 parcel
different
tax
fee.
type fee that shows up on everybody's tax bill. We don't see any revenue from that.
Okay.
We get absolutely no revenue. One year we got a little, a fair amount of money from flood zone 9 that was paid for by those fees, but that's pretty much spent by now. And that was to help with CEQA costs and project management on the Winship Bridge project, just to get us going. I think it was like 120 grand though. It was pretty good size, but we burned through all that. But yeah, that was funded by flood zone 9 fees. But the big funding source for the drainage fund is the impact fee, that 1% of the valuation of our building permits that funds it. And that's a good 300,000 a year, or 250, maybe it's around 250 a year. So that's good enough for a fair-sized project each year, plus any draw that we do on our drainage fund balance. So we're in pretty good shape, except for that capital fund kind of dropping off there, yeah.
Just a question.
Yeah.
For all of these funds, are they all in the LAIF? Is that where they're invested, these excess reserves right now?
Yeah, so this is, we call it LAIF with the state treasury.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you ever looked at is there another fund, just like I was mentioning about the pension alternative? Is there also another alternative to the LAIF that maybe allows for a little bit longer investment horizon?
We've used other investment vehicles before. We had CalTrust, we had RCB, but currently we only have LAIF. So it's something that the Finance Committee may want to consider.
And were those longer term? Were they longer term investments? Do you remember?
Probably the same type of investments, because it's
Yeah.
governed by state law and our investment policy.
Yeah, most of the LAIF is very short term, like cash sort of
Right.
interest, which of course is very high right now, which we're earning a lot of good interest over our budget because of that. But as the Fed starts to cut interest rates, the amount we'll earn on the LAIF will go down. But if we're looking at capital expenditures and we have, $10 million plus that we can sort of phase out into bonds that will mature, we can basically ensure we're getting good interest right when those bonds mature. So I would encourage us to look at potentially another funding, a place to invest the funds to make sure we can earn more interest on them to help support any shortfalls.
Well, good, we're going to be bringing
We're going to be bringing the investment policy. We're required to bring it to the council on an annual basis, so we do that in June. So we can have a little bit of a discussion about that. I mean, we would need a consultant to help us put together that kind of an investment strategy. And we would have to keep we'd have to keep in mind that it depends on this project, how the council wants to go, how quickly the council wants to move forward. A part of it is this question of the paramedic facility, which right now is about $2 million of our $21 million project. And if the council wants to go to the voters, what's the best time to go about doing that? So a lot of it is dependent on that, about when we need that money.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
there may be, maybe there's already, besides the LAIF, there might be some other sort of intermediate term
Right.
investment fund that
Yeah.
we could use if we could just look.
Well, let's definitely take that up, but I am mindful of the fact we're trying to finish by 2, and, but good point, Matt. So Rich, go ahead.
Okay. So I think this is a good point on this. This is where I work out what the paving program is going to be for the next 5 years. And I'm looking for, oh, there's my. So coming up this year, we have Laurel Grove Phase 2B. So this is just the paving portion of it, $44,000 just for the asphalt. And I tracked this separately, track the asphalt paving separately for purposes of determining how much money we're putting into our paving programs relative to the improvement of our pavement condition index. A separate line item for the actual, the other costs for a project, such as, I don't want to blind myself there. So you can see Allen Avenue up there. So we put it on our draft CIP. 73,000 for the actual asphalt paving. And I think the end of Allen Avenue, as you go up around the corner, it's really getting bad. And that's going to need repaving. But you'll notice in the CIP figures, I've added $200,000 to that, and that's for where we need to underground those open ditch drainages to widen the pavement and do some more demolition and maybe put in a curb separation of the pathway and the roadway. Those different amenities that make just a paving project into a new safe routes type project. So here's where I kind of like to start a quick discussion on where we want to go this year. Kind of get a raise of hands or something like that. Or if we, here's what I wanted to mention about Allen Avenue. So we do have this Safe Routes small project funding coming up in September. That would, if we wanted to use that money for Allen Avenue, we'd have to defer this project well into 2026 probably, because you can't spend money and then get a grant and use those invoices before. You have to have the grant in place before you can have invoices that show the work. So we have money in the roadway fund to do Allen Avenue now. Is that something we want to pursue?
May I ask a question? So the word safe routes to school usually indicate it's a route for multiple neighborhoods to walk.
Yeah.
For Allen Avenue, do other kids use that? Is it a connector from other neighborhoods?
No,
Or is it just, or is it not just, but is it people that are live on Allen Avenue that are using that? What makes it a route?
It's not, it's only kind of it's the last, they call it the last mile, but this is the last, 50 yards of kids trying to get in the gate. So Allen Avenue is a dead-end street. It's like it's like a driveway for a number of houses, 20 or 30 homes. But I think a lot of people drop off kids. They drive down in there, and maybe some of the council members can expand on this, and they drop their kids off there because there's nowhere else to drop them off.
So it's not supposed to be used for drop-off?
It's not supposed to be used for drop-off.
Yeah, and so that's an enforcement and an education and a potential ticketing, greater enforcement. And I'm sorry I let the police chief go, but I just want to say, it's not meant to, it's my understanding, it's not meant to be, it's not designed to be a drop-off. And actually parents that are going in there, turning around and then going back out, and then, Lagunitas is truly a route, right? For kids from all over so I guess it's not that I'm not advocating for against the project. I just want to make sure that we really are going to be competitive for it if it's not really a route.
Those are excellent points. And you're right. The Safe Routes Task Force might look at it as kind of a localized project that is not really in line with their funding parameters, and which means, it's probably not something something that we would wait until 2026 for funding. And to call it safe routes, it's just really a roadway type improvement, widening, and set aside a zone for people to drop their kids off. But I don't know if it's codified whether you can't stop and drop there. I don't think it is. I don't think you're allowed to do it if there's room to do it and allow cars to keep going and drop the kids off in a safe location. So it's a capital project nonetheless. It would widen the roadway and make it safer for people to drop their kids off in that location. But it's not an inexpensive project, and it is kind of questionable about it sounds like we have neighborhood support along Allen. Is that what I heard,
I think a lot of kids coming from other areas use that last stretch of Allen Avenue to get to the blacktop. And so we definitely don't want parents dropping off their kids on Allen Avenue. And there's signs posted. But I think it is the last, 50 feet that a lot of kids use on their bikes or walking to get into that back way. They're not going in the front way, they're getting into the back playground.
Okay.
So that would make it, in my mind, more of a final safe routes justification to try to attempt to get the grant. I'm not sure we want to wait to do that project until 2025. It sounds like there's some urgency to do it sooner rather than later, especially if you're going to be paving that area anyway.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, that's exactly right. It's used because that's the entrance to the blacktop. And so we don't have almost any bike painted roadway in our town. So kids that bike to school, it is the safest way as opposed to going on Lagunitas or Roscommon Avenue. There's no painted way. So most of all the bike riders and children go down Allen Avenue, and then they can park their bikes. That's where the bike storage is, and where you can park your bike and lock it.
Okay.
So it's probably the most vital artery, but it is not meant for people to drive their car down and drop off. You're absolutely right, and I wish there was more enforcement on that, even putting cones in front, maybe in the morning, just so that people don't do that. It's more, you drop your student off, they'll walk down Allen Avenue and then access the school, because that is the safest route versus going on Lagunitas and Roscommon. And it's mostly for the kids who bike to school, who we don't want on the city streets, and the city streets have zero paint to make it safe for those kids to be on those streets, and there's a lot of cars. So Allen Avenue ends up being a very, very vital artery for the school.
Okay. So the capital project sounds like it would be a little bit of widening, but definitely enough to keep traffic separated from a one-way in and one-way out pathway into the school. So that sounds like a viable capital project. Is that something you want the Public Works to look into and get that implemented?
Can I just check, are we talking about the place that's the most concerning is from Lagunitas to the playground, but you're going to pave that whole street?
Yeah, we'd probably have to remove that one oak tree and a portion of the rock wall there to make this really work. If it's just pedestrian, maybe we just need to open a 6-foot wide corridor through that wall and leave the rest there, something like that. But yeah, it's just Lagunitas to that gate.
And that widening a little so there's room for bicycles and pedestrians and they can feel safe.
I think there's opportunities to widen the road a little bit too. It's pretty narrow for a town-maintained road.
Yeah, and I'll add, a lot of teachers park along there. So it's very used by the staff of the school, the kids going in and out. As I said, it's a more safer street than the larger streets, and the bike riders. So I don't want to wait. I absolutely don't want to wait. But I understand your point, and if there's any question that it wouldn't qualify for funding, we might as well do it ourselves. But it's a very important corridor for staff, for the children, and the community. I mean, it's just a really important area to focus on.
Councilmember Robbins, did you have a comment?
Yeah, well, would the project result in losing any of those parking places that the teachers use?
Where are those parking places?
So
They're right along the school itself, between Lagunitas and the gates to the playground.
I'm seeing it as you're going to need, it's going to be one or the other. I don't think we can accommodate traffic, pedestrian path, and parallel parking.
Yeah, I think there was something that I read that indicated that David Rice had spoken to faculty and they were willing to park elsewhere to accommodate the pathway. Maybe I'm dreaming.
I recall, I thought that was, I know that he committed to asking the teachers not to park there during the RPOA's events. They seem to be willing to work with us. I guess it's just, we don't have to make these, the council isn't being asked to make all these decisions right now. I think it is, since we have your attention, I think it's important to point out that there could very well be impacts on existing parking, on mature trees. There is a school district generator that is in the town's right of way. Their encroachment permit has expired. I'm not sure if that's going to be impacted or not. So there could potentially be, it's doubtful that we're going to be able to have it all, right? But is the consensus of the council that you're interested in looking into it? Because Rich is it's not just money for the contractor, it's Rich's time, and we want to make sure that the council is interested and you'll move forward with it. And it could very well be, what would be the source of money if not grant funded? If it can't be grant funded, what is the source?
Oh, the source is the roadway fund. We have.
Okay.
We can accommodate the Laurel Grove Phase 2B and this project. I would suggest we bring 2 or 3 concepts to council for the Allen Drive in the next couple months.
And it would be helpful to know how many parking places would be lost if we go ahead. I mean, that's a big issue, downtown parking. So I think, just the whole sense of the impacts and the benefits would be important.
Okay, staff will move forward with presenting some options for pedestrian pathway on Allen Avenue.
And could you include in that feedback from the school? What is the school's position on that?
Right. Yeah, we will need some public outreach on this project.
Well, I think, the teachers get there early enough, they'll find parking. I think it's everyone else in town coming into town, getting their mail, things like that, where there's more of an impact.
Mayor Pro Tem McMillan, do you have a comment?
I was just going to say that's probably only 4 or 5 parking spots at the most. So I don't think it's going to be a big deal. But, and I would much rather have the kids be safe getting from Lagunitas to the Blacktop than, worrying about a couple people who can't park in downtown. But that's just my bias.
Okay. How do we feel about pursuing the Laurel Grove Phase 3 extension to make and grade for a large project on the safe routes? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Is there a local match required for that?
Yes, but we'll
And
easily.
we have it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Easily make that one. And perhaps for the small project, if we look at the Fernhill pathway, because we want to wait for that undergrounding district to come through and do all their trenching and things like that. So if we may want to look at the Fernhill pathway for a small project on the next call for projects, or we can also start looking at the pedestrian crossing or the signalization of Sir Francis Drake at Winship. That's another project that
Yeah, can I speak to that? I really would love that in conjunction with the Winship Bridge project, which it looks like is slated for 2026. And we sort of spoke on this off, when we met on our own. But it is a vital artery, that bridge, for people in Winship Park to get to Bolinas to cross. So when that bridge is out, and I don't mean to be a naysayer or negative, but sometimes projects take longer than even any of us imagine. So if that bridge is, let's say it's out for 3 months or 4 months, and it happens to be in the school year, there's no safe route for anyone in Winship Park. There's at least 100 homes up there. And there's only one way to cross Sir Francis Drake right now, and of course, you could go north, and I know that you're very familiar with the neighborhood. But, you know, for our townspeople, I think it's really important we secure that corridor as an alternative. It's also safety if, God forbid, that bridge ever washed out or we had an emergency. And for the residents that live in Winship Park, it's a very dangerous left turn coming out that they have to make anyway. So there's so many reasons. The curve there, as you know, somebody, you know, didn't make that curve and crashed into a home right on Sir Francis Drake. We know Sir Francis Drake people go too fast. And so to be able to slow them down a little bit at a dangerous curve, there's so many reasons. But in terms of your timing, I think because we're planning to work on that bridge anyway, it makes sense to move it up just so that there is this alternative so people aren't surprised and all of a sudden this bridge is gone and they're like, now my kids who, you know, my kids can ride their bike, my older one, and be like, oh, a lot of parents will have to change and say, no. Now we have to drive you to school and it makes more traffic, or all these sort of adjustments that have to make, that if we believe that's a good place to put a signal anyway, we put it in there and then it's ready to go for when the bridge is out, people can cross and then go on the other side of Sir Francis Drake where there's a safe walkway to get into the rest of town.
And I believe there's several tiers of ideas at that intersection, from putting in a temporary crosswalk or putting in the crosswalk with the lights, all the way up to a signalization which has regional impacts. I mean, you'd have to have buy-in from the county, Kentfield, which is the county, Larkspur, San Anselmo. We'd have to do a major outreach on a signalization. Whereas a temporary solution might be a little bit easier to implement. So
yeah, and I hear you on that, but let's be all honest here. It is a very dangerous street. So even if you think you're putting in one of those light temporary things where it lights up, it'll only take one kid getting hit there. And at night, it's very dark. That I would not want to say, oh, you know, we didn't want to do the work and we didn't want to have the outreach. And so we put in this sort of temporary type of thing and lights up, and then somebody dies, somebody gets really seriously injured. And obviously we have liability as a town, but I wouldn't want that. I'd want us to do it because we believe this is the right, safe thing to do for our town. And if it takes more time, it takes more time. But if it's the right decision to ensure the safety of our townspeople, absolutely, let's do the right way as opposed to doing it the quick way.
I hear you saying that there's a fairly long time frame here, given all the buy-in that we need. So if we decided today to put in a signal, how much time do we need to get all that buy-in? Is that a 2-year process or a 3-year process? Also, does putting in a signal dovetail with resurfacing, repaving Sir Francis Drake, or can that be done independent of the repaving?
It would probably be, you're just turning it into too much of a huge project. I think if you join those two together, I think you'd want to keep those separate. You know, like when we got funding from HBP for Winship Bridge in 2013, we thought the bridge would be built by 2018. And here we are in 2024, we're not even in final design yet. So to say these projects go as fast as you think they are, I would say, you know, with the CEQA and the back and forth, that you're looking at least a year, but probably 2 years. Another thing maybe we could consider, if this is an impact, a result of closing Winship Bridge, HBP might throw in some funding to come up with a temporary traffic control solution, not a permanent one, but a temporary solution at that location, which is something to look at. I think a feasibility study would be kind of the way to go on the whole, that whole corridor in that area.
Yeah, I would support trying to figure out how to get people out of Winship Park in a safer way. And I came to the council way before I was on the council and asked for something to be done. And if I am feeling in any kind of a rush or in any kind of anxious, stressful way, I do not even attempt to go out that way because it's so scary. And half the time when I pull out, someone coming towards me from Kentfield, they'll see me and they'll speed up. it's like a game for people. And I don't see a lot of traffic enforcement in that area. And so what I have been doing now is going out Barber and turning left onto Sir Francis Drake way down at Barber. So I feel like the problem has been getting worse and not better. So I'm all for trying to look at all the various ways that we can address making that safer, not only for drivers, but also for pedestrians, and coupled with the Winship Bridge complication.
Yeah.
All of it, the whole thing.
I agree. Something needs to be done, especially for during the Winship Bridge project, because there's,
Rich, what is the funding source for the feasibility study?
that would have to come out of the general fund.
Okay, and what's the approximate cost, ballpark?
75,000.
Okay. So it sounds, okay, go ahead, Terry.
I was
Sorry.
just going to say, so let's say there was money for the feasibility study. We're talking, how long would that take? I mean, are we continuing to postpone doing anything? Because the feasibility study might be very helpful, but it means that it's not going to happen maybe this year,
No, it
maybe
would
not
take,
even next year.
it would take 3 or 4 months to bring it back to council for discussion, yeah. Once I found a consultant to do
Yeah.
it.
So, well,
If I might offer, is that I hear the council's interest and I hear your concerns. I think it is if the consensus of the council is today is that you want to do something about it, well, that's 100% different than what we had than just a month ago, right? And so I would encourage you to see that as progress. I think it's important to do, as we've heard from our public works director, is to do a feasibility study, because that kind of an undertaking without having looked at all the different options, it's not going to get done in a year no matter what. So why not do it right? And I advise against any temptation to attach it to the Winship Bridge project. I understand that there needs to be an alternative for the neighborhood when the bridge is down, but after 11 years of working on that project with so much money at stake, I wouldn't want to tie a Winship intersection improvements to the Winship Bridge project. So I hope I'm not hearing that from the council.
No, maybe let me just re-clarify what I was saying is that I don't know, right, how these timelines are. I think that the bridge going down sort of highlighted this
Yeah.
as this already was a problem, as Councilmember McMillan was bringing up, but it sort of is going to make it more acute.
Yeah.
So, and what I was saying is, let's do it the right way. So if there's mitigation that can come with the bridge, let's do whatever the mitigation is. But let's study this. Let's figure out, because this was a problem before, and it's just going to be exacerbated by the bridge. So I don't want to tie it. I just want. I think it brought it to the forefront.
Okay.
Whereas I thought this was sort of one of the things living in Winship Park. I thought, oh, I can improve it. But the bridge actually happening, I'm like, wow, this may be a problem sooner than we all thought. So however you want to address it, but let's do it the right way. Let's do the feasibility study. Let's figure out the best approach for that intersection, because it's just a dangerous one in our town.
Should this be a separate agenda item, or is there sufficient direction to go ahead and to move ahead on this?
Well, I have another question for staff, but you guys can finish your questions first before my suggestion.
I'm just wondering, Rich, does a traffic consultant do the feasibility study? Someone like Parisi?
Yeah. Great. Someone like that.
Okay, thank you.
And it is an element by proxy of the Winship project. We don't even have to make it a special part of the Winship Bridge. It's going to need to be addressed during the traffic control part of the bid documents. We're going to need to know where the pedestrians are going to go. We can't make them walk all the way down Barber to Ross Avenue, cross at that intersection, which itself is a little dangerous, come all the way back down San Anselmo Avenue just to try to get to Ross School or St. Anselmo's or wherever, even Branson. So it is, I'm going to double check the mitigated negative deck, whether we spoke about this on that, and but it can be an element of the project separate of the feasibility study of taking the next step of doing an actual capital project of putting in a signal or a crosswalk or something like that. So they can run parallel.
Councilmember Robbins, did you have a comment?
No, I didn't.
Thank you.
May I, Mayor? A couple of things. Can both council members and staff not use the word dangerous when talking about intersections? Thank you.
Will do.
And so, sorry, it's important, right? Feasibility study, Rich.
Yes.
So, yes, a consultant can do it. That sounds good. Does take time to manage consultants. I want to make sure, because you've now added Allen Avenue, you've added this. Winship Bridge is still taking a lot of time. You have your drainage projects. I'm going to need you to help me on moving forward with this ginormous project. So there's only one of you. I want to make sure that we're not overcommitting. Is there something else that could give? So that if these are the council's priorities, is there something else in the CIP that could give that, so you have time to work on these projects?
Not really. But, it's spread out over 8, give me 6 months or so to wrap my head around it and start talking to consultants, and then, I think it's doable.
Okay,
Get something going.
okay.
So as far as, let me just kind of recap where we are in the, for the, this year. So we have, we want to move ahead with some concepts, bring concepts for the Allen Avenue project back to council. We're okay with moving forward with Laurel Grove Phase 3 for Safe Routes funding for a large project. And we want to start looking at a feasibility study for the Winship SFD intersection. And, that's really it. So I have other small projects. We want to continue repaving the Shady Lane pathway. We're going to start fixing up the Sir Francis Drake pathways, got some problems with it. Want to look at adding some park and walk lots along the Safe Routes pathway, places where parents can park and drop their kids off so they can use these new Safe Routes things that we're installing. These are smaller projects that I can fit into the roadway funding that's already incorporated into the capital improvement 5-year CIP. And Fern Hill Pathway, kind of start looking at that for the small Safe Routes call for projects. And I think I have enough to go for this fiscal year and looking kind of ahead to the next fiscal year. So a couple more slides and then we're done here.
I guess I want to interject that I'm a little bit concerned about the amount on your work program, because unlike other towns who have project managers and multiple engineers, we just have Rich. And Rich is also doing, I'm reminding Rich, okay? He is also doing plan check, which is very important to our residents, right? When they're bringing their projects forward. He's doing everything from the, the EV charging stations to town hall facilities. And he's also, we have a building, our permit tracking software. He's our expert. So he's an important part of the team, and I'm a little concerned about how much you're adding on to your work program for one person. So I think you and I need to talk a little bit about it and prioritize, and we might need additional council input on the prioritization of it. Okay?
Thank you. I
Thank
agree.
you.
And sorry, Krista, that's a great point. I know you're looking at the Grizzlies and some of the other interns. Perhaps we could get some internship with Public Works and some extra help while you're doing that program for planning. Those same types of interns could help with Public Works. As an idea.
Yeah, I mean, there's very small parts of that they can do. I want to be upfront with you about the use of interns for Public Works requires a lot of expertise. So, we certainly can try to do that and make use of our existing staff. But there's just being an engineer and having that project management skill. And Rich is also a land surveyor, and we depend on him a lot of things, so.
I was just going to say, as somebody who has supervised graduate students over the years, it's a lot of work. They're great and they contribute a lot, but it takes staff time. So it's not a free service, doesn't cost you something.
I would add that Rich does a great job. We're really lucky to have him. Thank you, Rich, for everything
Thank you,
you're
Mayor.
doing and will be doing. And don't forget that Rich is a certified floodplain manager who has to explain things to the county as well.
Well, just sitting here thinking, maybe in 6 months or a year, we need to hire someone to help you full-time, given that we're going to have this massive capital improvement and we have all these other things going on. Maybe we should start thinking about that.
Part of the budget for this process is going to include a construction management, a kind of an owner's representative, but still, I mean, Rich is the engineer and he's the town engineer and it takes people to oversee this. So, I mean, for that project, setting that, it's so huge, setting that aside, but even if we didn't have that project, there's all the rest of this stuff. So I just want to keep it in mind and kind of, part of my role is to help manage expectations. Isn't that a great job? But that's part of my role. And he is just, we don't have the depth to be able to do it all, so.
Yeah, well, I would just add that we added the police, you came forward and said, hey, police, we need another position. So please come forward, because I think that it sounds like there's a willingness from the council members to support some of these big projects and redoing the Civic Center. And so if there's need for resources, just tell us.
I guess the challenge is, though, if you looked at the 5-year financial forecast, it's getting tighter and tighter. And so whereas this year, great, we're having a surplus, it's really one-time money. And we need to be careful about adding staff because, is that sustainable? And right now, our financial forecast is not showing, if the council wants to continue to pay down the pension liability and do those things, so.
Yeah. And you saw the Civic Center has at least a $10 million deficit to make that happen too as well. But okay. Let's wrap this one up.
Yes, let's end on a high note.
That said, facilities challenges, here's the next slide. So yeah, everyone knows it's historically deferred maintenance that eventually causes things to break down. Physically functionally obsolete, it's a done deal that we are going to be rebuilding these facilities. It's a big dollar cost, and we do have a funding challenge, as we discussed. Funding opportunities. So annual funding comes from the town's operating fund, as we discussed. It's currently $10 million balance. Other funding sources, additional funds from the operating fund. Well, that's easy to ask for. Grants, we keep our eyes out constantly for grants that cover civic center renovations, that sort of thing. It's just, it's few and far between, but we're keeping our eyes out. Partnering relationships and donations, that's always a possibility. And of course, debt financing. And that concludes my presentation.
Sorry, just one question on the funding sources, because I imagine there's not all ADA accessibility to the town civic center. I imagine there's some ADA funding that, I don't know how it works, but maybe that could be a part of the new civic center, is that it will all be ADA compliant.
All of our accessibility comes out of either the roadway fund or the facilities fund. I never ran into accessibility grant funding, so it's something to keep an eye out for.
Sorry, there's the Federal Community Development Block Grant Program, which has been shrinking every year since the 50s or something. An eligible source of that funding is ADA, but the town, and so because we're so small, the county administers our program, and in that county pool, we don't compete well because we're competing against lesser disadvantaged communities and things like that. That's the only source for ADA specific things that I'm familiar with for capital. I mean, the new project is going to have to meet current code. So the new project is going to be compliant. It's this, it's our sidewalks, it's our other buildings that we are responsible for, continuous improvement on our ADA transition plan. But any new facility has to be ADA compliant.
When you started talking about unfunded mandates, the second thing that came in my mind was ADA. The first thing that came to my mind was our stormwater general permit that they make us do. It's an unfunded mandate, but yeah, ADA, I've never seen funding for that.
Say, Rich, on the subject of projects, do you have any sense of when the removal of the fish ladder might be happening?
Good question. Not sure if that's on the agenda. Is that something I can talk about?
Well, it's a project. It's a capital improvement project.
It's not the town's project, it's the flood control project.
Right.
But we do spend staff resources on coordinating with flood control.
do.
So I think you can speak about it briefly.
There's the nexus. Okay. So the county is still looking for funding. They've been somewhat successful and a little bit unsuccessful. So it's still, they still have a funding gap before they can move forward with that project. So 2026, we might see a fish ladder removed. It was supposed to be done last year. So each year they have about a $1 or $2 million funding shortfall they're trying to fill.
I think I sent you, Krista and Bill, something that Katie Rice sent me about an update of schedules when the fish ladder and various other flood zone 9 things might happen. So maybe we can add that just as an update, maybe to the consent, so people are informed about what they're thinking in terms of scheduling.
I think it may be somewhat better than that, but
Yeah.
time will tell. But I do think that Supervisor Rice is pretty confident that they can close the gap from other sources on the funding for the fish ladder, Granton Park, and our segment of this, not talking about SAFER.
Well, so once they get the funding out of the way, then they actually have a Clomar to do here in our town. So there's another, you can add another 6-8 months to a year on that. So that we're kind of looking at, for the thing to physically get removed, like I would say 2026. I've just seen so many timelines kicked down the road through my entire 35-year career that every time someone says it's going to take 2 years, I'm like, okay, well, it'll take about 4 then, you know?
So we can't do the Clomar until we get, until we have the funding secured? I mean, what is our, it's premature, I assume. to
Yeah,
apply for it.
they're, I don't think they've started on the Clomar, and nothing's coming by my desk because they need our okay, community acknowledgement to move forward with the Clomar. I haven't seen it.
Mayor, I want to make sure it's the county flood control project. So they're
I
looking
know,
for funding.
I'm sorry, we're actually diverging from what our subject matter is here
Okay.
a bit.
But may I follow up, though, with Mayor Pro Tem McMillan's request to agendize it?
Why don't we
First of
agenda?
all, would you please resend that to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then is there a second council member that's interested in placing that on the agenda? It sounds like it's an information-only item, and we could put it on consent, but for your policy,
Yes,
we
I
need a
would,
second person.
I would support that.
Okay, great. We'll do that as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So,
I wanted to go back to the building for a second. I'm wondering if there might be some grants from any kind of energy efficiency, sustainability, President Biden's infusion of all those funds for upgrades. That might be a good resource.
Yes, there is grant funding available for those sort of green building options. And if you ever get a chance to look at Corte Madera's new town hall, they've incorporated a whole bunch of green type amenities to their building, and they did get some grant funding, not a lot. I mean, the grant funding only covers these additions for doing that sort of building. It doesn't really cover the baseline construction stuff. So
Yeah,
we-
so wait, sorry, just to add, because I work in this field, the Inflation Reduction Act actually offers a ton of rebates. So for example, if you upgrade a building and you are putting in a heat pump as opposed to, oil or gas, heating and air conditioning, there's a rebate for the purchase of that heat pump.
Right.
Same with electric wiring, any sort of electric appliance as opposed to a gas appliance that's put in. So if there's a kitchen or whatnot. So I'm happy to send the information over to you, Rich, because I don't know if, the only problem is I don't know if it's for building from the ground up versus an improvement, but there is money available through the Inflation Reduction
Right.
Act for
Yeah.
upgrades.
That'd be appreciated.
I'll send it your way.
Krista and Rich, so we have to raise about $12 million more for the facilities over the next, we have to start most likely relatively soon to be thinking about that.
Yeah, if you're talking about the, our Civic Center modernization, so Concept B is what the council directed almost a year ago for us to move forward with, and that was estimated using 2023 dollars to be 21 million. And at the end of fiscal year 25, we are projecting to have $10 million in the capital projects fund.
Right.
That's correct. So we'll be looking for that gap. Now, 2 million of that is for a paramedic facility. Are we going to need it? Are we not going to need it? That's a question. Construction costs will have gone up, so we'll have to, but one of the first things to work on is the funding. And so I should be able to bring something back to the council. I'm working on options.
Great.
For the council to consider.
Okay, thank you.
But actually, I was hopeful that maybe one of the viable options would be to try to take out debt ourselves. After looking at the financial forecast, not so sure that's going to be feasible for us to be able to make those debt payments ourselves. But we have a consultant that's helping us with that. And to bring forward to the council as an option.
Okay, and donations was one of those options for raising money, correct?
It could be, but I know that before I started working here, I believe the council attempted to do that for the fire, as an idea of keeping the fire station open, and it wasn't successful.
Well, the main reason it wasn't successful was we had our Ross Valley Fire Chief saying that there was no need to have a fire station here. So once he said that, it was very difficult to go out and say, oh, please give us money for a fire station that's really unnecessary. I think the Civic Center might be a little different, but it's not like a school facility or an endowment it's really the responsibility of the town to provide adequate facilities to recruit and retain and treat our workers well. It's not necessarily something, I don't think that's going to resonate with potential donors to make a donation to support. I think that would be a hard sell. You can be in charge, Terry.
Oh, thanks a lot. Well, I think it's still worth
Station.
considering.
I'm sure we will be talking about this a lot this year. This is a big deal. It's very complex. There are a lot of moving parts. But I think we've sort of aired this a bit. It is almost 2:30, so I am mindful of going over the speed limit here. But I do want to make sure everybody has an opportunity also to share their views as guidance. Are we all okay on the council? Any more comments on this subject? Okay. What else?
So Rich, do you have what you need?
I do, enough to bring it back in June for the final review and putting it on a budget.
Okay, thank you. So we've written down a lot of what you said, and there will likely be some changes to the draft budget, and depending, in part on what you said, but we also, some of the information that's in the draft budget is preliminary from our outside agencies, for example. So we have like 6 more weeks. And so we will be bringing forward your budget appropriations, et cetera, for your June 13th council meeting for fiscal year starting July 1.
When does Ross Valley Fire finalize their budget?
It's not gonna, do you know this? That's right. They do it a little bit late because I don't think it's not gonna be on their next meeting, which is next week. So that would be their May meeting. So you're right, early June.
But will that number be reflected in the budget that we approve? No.
No, it'll be I mean, they gave us a preliminary number
Yeah.
and that's what's in the budget right now.
Right, 13%.
I have a Ross Valley Fire Department, all the town managers and the chief in 34 minutes. So I'll ask them, are we expecting any changes? Because that's a big ticket. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I
Krista?
say just a final, I don't know if Terry has any remarks as the new kids on the block. I just wanted to first say thank you so much to the staff. Over the course of the last couple of weeks, Terry and I have gotten to know you and you did wonderful presentations for us. I heard someone say early in the meeting, Ross is a small town that punches above its weight. And that became so clear in the enormity of what everyone is doing here. And it was just eye-opening. And so was as well the remarks about Elizabeth Breckis's tenure and Beach Cool and what it takes to serve on all these committees and do these meetings. And it's really an amazing organization, and I feel so honored to be a part of it. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you. And I just really wanted to just say thank you, and especially to Liz for putting together such an amazing templates of budgets. It takes a village, right? And it's just amazing to see when it comes together so beautifully. So I'm very excited to work with all of you, and thank you so much.
I'll just echo what you said. Thank you so much for all your hard work and putting together everything for this meeting. And I too, as a new person on the town council, look forward to working with you over the years and also with great council members.
Great, well, thank you so much. Great presentations, great workshop. And we look forward to seeing everyone. Well, wait a minute, we're going to be back on May 6th. Oh my God. Okay. We can't catch a break, can we? All right, thanks again, everyone. So we are adjourned. If
Thank
we're
you.
ready- Are you ready?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, here it is. There is no rest for